Hello, welcome to our course Building Quiz Flutter Applications Laravel. In this course, we are going to see how to build our Flutter application, which is Quiz Flutter application with Laravel as a backend. So we are using Laravel as a way to create our backend APIs. So in this course, we'll have two parts. We have part 1 and part 2. Where part 1 we are going to learn how to create a backend APIs. That in part 2 is where we are going to use those API to create our Flutter applications. So let's see what you are going to learn in this course. So part 1 of this course will have Laravel backend. So here is where we'll be dealing with Laravel most of the time in this part 1, and in part 2 we are going to use our endpoint, our API, to create our Flutter application. So in this part 1, we are going to see the introduction to the course. Actually, we're going to see the final product of our course, what you are going to learn at the end, what we have at the end of this course. Also, we'll see the prerequisite and the two tools, the things that you should know before you take this course, and the tools that you're going to use before taking this course. So we'll see the demo of web-based application. Actually, it's web applications that we're going to convert, or we're going to make a mobile version of it. So you're going to see first the web application, then we'll see how we can create a building API out of the web application. So on building API out of the web application, we will see authentication, the user registrations, APIs. Also, we are going to create a dashboard APIs, start quiz API, my quiz API, quiz attempt API, and change password API. Because this is also gonna utilize a push notification, we are going to see how we can create a push notification from the Laravel as far as the mobile application can be notified. So this is what you're going to learn in this part 1 of the course. So till next time, where we are going to start these all activities. Bye bye. Hello, welcome back to our course Building Quiz Flutter Application with Laravel, and we are still on part 1, Laravel Backend, and today we are going to see the final demo of what you are going to learn to build in this full course. So you're going to see our final demo product. So let's get started. Actually, we are going to create a mobile application from a web application. Here in this part of Laravel, we are going to create API application from this web application, which I created sometimes ago. So let's see how it works and see how we can have in the same mobile web application the mobile applications. So our application has two users, as admin and the normal users. Now let's create a new account by clicking here, then create a new user. Okay, users created. So user cannot log in until is verified by admin. As you can see, now let's log in as admin and verify this new user. They're verified. Now this new user can log in now. As you can see, he has not much features. He can also change the password. He can do his quiz, and if he has quizzes, he will find them on dashboard and do it from the dashboard. Let's go back to our admin and see what he got. Now admin can manage users, as we see here, can manage quizzes, reminders, settings, where you will able to change his password, logo, system name, his email, and even a notification here, push notification and email. You're going to see how we're gonna use it in from the application. Now let's go back and create a new quiz. Now create a new quiz, just click quiz here and create a new quiz. Now let's say we're going to have quiz number 1. It has only one question, and we submit the quiz. So we need enable to add questions. We need to click here. Now we need to have some dummy data and publish here. So far we have two type of answers: single answers and multiple answers. Single answer is the radio button, multiple answer is a checkbox. Kind of. Now let's go back here and start with the single answers. Someone might also touch photo. Okay, let's go back here and let's try to save. Please provide the answer before saving. So this is the correct answer, and we save. Let's go back and add another quiz number 2, and also have some question. Okay, yeah, it is multiple. Okay, let's see this are the correct answers. Okay, let's go to more. This time question number 3. Single. You can attach. That's right. Number 4. That's one question. Now we already added this question. Now once this normal user login, he won't see any quiz because there's no quiz published. Let's go and publish no quiz from admin. Let's publish question number 1. To publish, you just go back to view questions, you find this publish, and this is just a report. No one has attempted this quiz. So let's go back here and publish. So for our case, once we publish notifications, we are not allowed anything for now, but we go back here and explain it. Now here, quiz number 1, and publish. Good. And back here. And you see what you're supposed to answer. Now let's go back and start. So here from the web we can do the quiz. We say provide using this one, and good, submit is successful. I'll go back to our domain. Yeah, published quiz. You can see we've done it. Man has done that. Can also print the result if you want, or you can publish the result. Let's publish the result. Okay, once the logs, you can see the result, and you can also see its previous result. Now this is very basic application. Now we are going to see this all in a mobile application. In this part 1, we are going to create API from this web application so as it can be consumed with this Flutter application. So let's go back here and try to log in the same user, John Doe. By the way, you can create a new user here by click. We're going to see this, and go back to, okay, let's see if we can use a space here. Now it doesn't have any so far. It doesn't have any, but here are some quizzes. This one. Now let's go to see if you have some quizzes. Yeah, you have some quizzes. Quiz number 1, you can view. Also, you can view here from here. You can change settings. You can change the password. Dashboard. Let's go to dashboard. Doesn't. Now let's go back to our domain. We say that we integrate this with a push notification. So imagine this application is not in the foreground and we don't have any notification here, as you can see. Sorry, try to see no notification. Now let's go back to our settings. Now let's enable allow push notifications. That's nice. Now let's go and publish this second. Just have a look. Boom. Yes, at the moment you want to see error new pushes V. Now once you click it, it's going to be submitted here, and you want to find this quiz, and once you go back here, you also find the same quiz. Once you open it here, and once you open it here, it's the same, guys, it's the same. Now let's try to do it from our app. Now let's go back here and try to see. I'm going to publish another quiz. Quiz number 3. I'm going to publish. Just watch it. Okay, as you can see the results. A notification. Okay. F2. And when you try to log in, you find it too. Now let's go and do this number 2. And let's publish it. You can either save from here or you can either do there, or you can even refresh. Let's go back here and submit. Success submitted. Now let's go back to admin. Okay, it's question number 2. Now let's go back to see. Yeah. So let's go back here. You want to find the only one quiz. This is what he performed. Let's go back. Run quiz. Now let's go and publish this quiz and see what is happening. Because we enable push notifications, so once the quiz is published, it's also will see something here. Quiz number 2. Let's go and publish the results. Yeah, publish the results. Just watch it there. Yeah. So as you can see, error out. You can check them. So as you go here, you'll find this new result as the same what from as you can see. So you can view the result, and the same person can view the result. Okay. And refresh and gone, and once you refresh it, it's gone. Now this is what you're going to learn in this full course, and we are going to convert this web application to the mobile application, where we learn a lot from this course. Now till next time, bye bye. Hello, welcome back to our course building quiz Flutter application with Laravel. And last time we saw the demo of what you're going to learn in this course. Today we are going to see requisition tools and the audience or targeted people for this course. So prerequisite. For you to take this course, to utilize it well, you should have Laravel basics and the Flutter basics. Laravel basics, Laravel is a modern PHP framework, and the Flutter is a modern mobile development for Android and iOS. So targeted individual are backend developers. So if you're backend developers, this course will be useful to you because you learn how to create endpoint APIs for mobile applications. And this also for mobile developers, you learn how to use APIs created by backend developers to create your mobile application. And also this course is for Laravel developers. If you're a Laravel developer, you're looking to learn how to create API for mobile application or any kind of APIs for any client to utilize it, you find this course useful. Also, this course is created for Flutter developer. If you have ever worked with Flutter developer and you don't know how to to create mobile applications, this course will teach you how to create a mobile application from scratch and utilize these APIs created by Laravel. So tools for you to also take this course, you need to have these following tools: Android Studio, which is include SDK emulators. Also, if you have a real device to test your application, it's nice, and that the place where you can find all about Android Studio. Also need VS Code. These are the two tools for development for development of Flutter application. Visual Studio we can also use for create mobile application, Laravel endpoint APIs. You can still use Visual Studio as generic. It's not for Flutter. It's used for as a programming like JavaScript, Python, Java, all the other programming language you can use with Visual Studio. Postman is for testing our endpoint APIs. Just as once you're done with your creating APIs, you can use Postman to test your endpoint. That is for that, because Flutter is built on top of that. That is a programming language, so you need to install that also, or you need to have knowledge on that. And last, you need to install Flutter. These are the tools that are necessary for you to utilize this course. So let's see where you can find this information. So start with Laravel. You can find it here at laravel.com, and you can come here documentation and get all the information about the current version of Laravel. You just come here and learn a lot of things from this site. Also Flutter, you can come here and learn all the things about Flutter documentation. Though if you don't know that, you need to know that first. Please come and learn a bit of that here. It's a programming language built by Google, which is also using as a programming in Flutter. So I need to know it. Also, go here, the developer@android.com studio. This Android studio contains all the tools you need to do for Android development. So I also have to have this Android studio. Make sure come here and install. If you have ever worked with if you've ever with Java native for mobile application, I think this is not that much hard to follow. Also, you come here at Visual Studio Code and download Visual Studio Code according to your platform. If you're using Windows, Linux, or Mac, come here. Also, get Postman for Windows. You just come here and you get Postman for Windows. It's a great tool for testing your APIs. Just come here, and that you have to install. Just come here. If you develop on mobile applications, you don't need that SDK. Just install Flutter. So I think this is another point. If you develop on mobile application, you don't need the data SDK. Just install Flutter. So also, it's not necessary if you only focus on Flutter, but I encourage you go and install it and try to learn if you don't know anything about that. Lastly, you have to come here and install Flutter. It's very easy according to a platform. So I encourage you guys, before you go on with the course, if you don't know anything about Laravel, if you don't know anything about Flutter, you just come here and take your time learning it. Then you can continue the rest of the course. Till next time, bye bye. Hello, welcome back to our course building quiz Flutter application with Laravel, and we are in demo web-based applications. We have already seen final demo. We have already seen the prerequisites, target audience, and tools. So today we are going to see demo web-based application. So in demo web application, we will see the part that we generate our APIs. So we said we have two parts, admin part and the normal user part. So we won't deal much with the admin part, we deal with the normal user part, because the normal user part is where we are going to generate our Laravel APIs that will be ready for consumption on a Flutter mobile application. So today we are going to see all the part that from the web-based application we will create our Laravel APIs. So we will have authentication and the user registrations. We will have a dashboard, start quiz, my quizzes, quiz attempt, change password, and push notifications. So let's go back to our web-based application and see how we're gonna handle one after another. So at the time when you start building our APIs, you know where we're going to focus and we have the general picture. So actually the web application is already made with Laravel, so there's no need for us to know all the functionalities for that, but we are going to focus on the normal user part where we are going to build the API out of it. So authentication, we see how we are going to make API for this part where we always authenticate users, and also you see how we're gonna make this part for registration users. So we add one users that time. So we start with a dashboard, because dashboard always will contain a new course and the result. So you're going to see how we're gonna make these APIs, the new course and the already new quiz and already one quiz published, and see how we're gonna handle one after another. So we'll see how we're gonna handle start, how we're gonna bring this all questions to the mobile applications, and where we allow user to select and we collect the answers and submit them to the server. So we won't code the logic behind submit because there is already that logic for that. So what you're going to see, we see how we can collect these answers and send them to the server, so it's going to be marked and corrected. So we won't bother much about logic behind, but what will bother much is how we can bring this question as APIs and how we can collect the answers and send them to the database, we send them to the server. So after that, we also see how we can manage dashboard there after we have already submitted, how we can manage here. It's okay, we take care when we start with the dashboard part. Also we see how we, once someone clicks the view result, here how we're gonna handle this on the mobile applications. Also we're going to see it. Then we'll see how we can bring these questions, quizzes, how we can bring those all quizzes to the mobile application and allows one user click them, bring this answer, all the attempts he has ever done. So we'll see how we can create API for that. Also we'll see how we can create API for changing password. Lastly, we say that we see how we can deal with push notifications. We see how Laravel handle push notifications. There is many Laravel package for that, but we'll see how we can handle it at the end of this part. So I hope you have all the pictures on how we will be building our Laravel APIs based on these features we have seen on the user part. We won't deal much with admin because admin has already taken care of all of the things. What you want to do is create this part which can be presented as a web application, at the same time can be presented as a mobile application. Now we've already seen the web application. We are going to see how we can make we have seen the web application. Now we can see how we can make a mobile application out of it. And the only way to take this and put them with the mobile application is to create API, so as a client like mobile application, like as a single page application can utilize these APIs. Now till next time, stay with us. Bye bye. Hello, welcome back to our course building quiz Flutter applications Laravel, and we are starting building Laravel APIs, and today we are going to see introduction before driving in deep on creating these as APIs. So building Laravel APIs. So if you don't know what API is, API stands for Application Programming Interface. It lists a bunch of operations that the developer can use along with a description of what they do. Okay, so when we start building Laravel APIs, I will also introduce to you API documentation called Swagger UI. So as when you list a bunch of operations for the developer to use, also it's also important to give it a documentation here, what is called the description of what it can do with those operations. Now, developer does not necessarily need to know how, for example, the operating system building and present a save as dialog box. They just need to know what is available for them to use in the application. So that's the advantage of API integrations. API, once you are given API, you don't want to know what is happening behind the server. What you have to know is how you can use it for your application. That's the good issue about API, is abstracting some stuff, so as you don't want to know much about what is happening. So any application who have API can utilize it. So it's abstract and highly some issues about which language you can implement with. What you have to know is how to use those APIs. So software is a software intermediary that allows two applications to talk to each other. That's another short definition of API. So if you have two applications want them to talk to each other, you need to create APIs. That's as what you're going to do it soon. So if you have a Laravel application and the Flutter application, if you want them to talk, you have to have API in the middle. So each time you use a app like Facebook, send instant message or check whether on your phone you are using an API. Now there is this video. I wish you to go and watch. I'll keep in the description note so as you can understand. But it's just it defines what is API, so you can copy it and watch it. But it's very simple. Just give him if you don't really understand what I've just spoken above, you can just watch this video below, which explains much about API. Now, for our case, we are going to build the Laravel REST API, and we already have a database, and this mobile applications or any client can take. So, for instance, if someone requests a list of quizzes, it comes to this APIs where we are going to build it, and it will go and request to this database. Database is going to give him the list of quizzes, then it can be presented to the mobile application. Now that's what happened. So this is API is you can say database and other logic. Logic actually here, but database and other logic you can present as Laravel application. You can present this as a Flutter application. So as a software, this is a software that allows two applications to talk to each other. Now there's a very good debate about, nowadays we have what is called GraphQL, and most of the developers coming from REST API. So which one to use? So it depends with you. If you have strong for basics and the knowledge on GraphQL, you can use GraphQL. Though in this tutorial, I'm going to use REST API. So sometimes we might even convert it into GraphQL so as it can be used. So if you don't know GraphQL, you may go and search on Google. Also, I have a course on GraphQL, building GraphQL servers Laravel, so you can also watch that one. Till next time. Hello, welcome back to our course, building with the Flutter Applications Laravel, and we are still on building Laravel APIs, and today we are going to start Authentication UI registration API. So before that, you need to install Laravel JWTs. This is a package for authentication and authorizations. We are going to use token as a means of protecting our endpoint API. So you have to come to this link, and once you come to this link, you just go scroll down to where it says documentation. Now click documentation and Laravel installation. Then here you are going to learn how the process of install and configure. But if you don't know what JWT is, just come here and learn more about it. It's very simple and straightforward. So let's go back to our. So install package from the documentation, publish it, generate key and register middleware. So we have to come to, after we install our package, we have this one. Then we come to config hub, where we are going to register our package as we see it here. Where you this one. Then also these two areas. Then from there, after publishing, we're gonna to have this configure JWT. Make sure you have this one. This is where you're gonna configure everything, secret and all stuffs. And if you have not yet come with JWT secret, this one, make sure that you run JWT generate secret. You have come and learn documentation. It differs from one version to another, but I use the current version of Laravel. Then after that, we're going to register our middleware. So we just come here and we just have a time. This package come with its own register middleware. I mean, it's come on itself middleware, so we don't need to create one. We just use it. Then lastly, we come to our class user, where you are here above. And implement this. Once you read the documentation, you will come and understand that there is a need for you to edit your user. So just come and understand. Then from there, we have a full implementation of JWT in our application. So we're going to start with two routes. Okay. Because we are dealing with API, open root API, then don't use web. This will allow us to go through localhost public. You're going to try to use API, so other routes will follow there. This is a Postman, as I introduced that we need this one for testing APIs. So let's go back here, open API, and add this to this code. You can pause and add this code just every time. So we have one for authentication, for register user, and one for logout. And this will be under protection. Only authenticated user will allow to go to this route, as we use this middleware from this one to protect our endpoint. Now create API controller, this one, and we start to authenticate. So once user authenticate, it will take username and password and do all the stuffs. Then here, if you want to get a authenticated user, and if you want to register user also, you have to go with this one. So let's go and test register. Let's go back here, register. It should be a post. Go back to this nig here, and let's try to send those out and see what is happening. What do we get, Bob? User feed is because we validate them here. So let's go back here and say name, your email, example.com, last password 1234. I see what you want to have now. Okay. So let's go and send. Must be at least okay. Nice feature. You can still use the validation rules from Laravel. Oh. Now we need to use confirm password confirmation. If you're coming from Laravel, you may understand what I'm trying to say here. Okay. Password mismatch. Okay. I'll send it. Yeah, as you can see, we got all the information. This information is the one which we need, this token. So let's come here and try to log in. This time I'm going to use the house, this one, authenticate, where it will take email and password and try to authenticate. Okay. Invalid credential. You can see. Now let's come and try to test our protected endpoint. Okay. Token not provided. Now let's go and take our token. So another way to test for a protected, I'm going to show you soon. You have to take this token after login or registering and come in authentication. Now you're going to take this player token, then you pass this token here, and we're going to say we're going to use any applications. Then you do it. Then you get hello world from here. Now today we learned about authentication and user registration. Next time we'll continue with other endpoint dashboard API. Till next time, bye bye. Welcome back to our course building quiz Flutter application with Laravel, and we are still on building our Laravel Backend API. And lastly, we're seeing how to authenticate and create user registration. Today we continue with dashboard API, and let's get started. Okay, now today we are going to create a dashboard for users. It's where our users will log in and either start doing a quiz or see the results. So it depends on your problem. For our case, we won't be that much difficult to create this API for dashboard because we have already seen this part in our web development. So it's very easy for you also to have already something. So as for convert it into API, it won't be that much hassle. So as you can see, we all need to create APIs that will return and quiz name, quiz description, and other information as we are going to see. So let's jump into code and see what are we going to do it for this. So as you can see, we are in our API. We are going to create this endpoint called the dashboard. So inside the API controller, we're going to create this method called dashboard. So it won't be that much difficult because we have already created it in a web. So for APIs, just start to you only just create or you just only use small code which I've already created in that part. So as you can see, it's very straight, easy. You don't need to copy all of the things, but what you're supposed to make sure you do in this response, make sure you return in JSON. And for my case, I just return that and take this all part as quiz ID, quiz name, description, total number of questions, and the result, which are the same as these ones. Now, number of questions, quiz ID, so as they can be used once you consume these APIs. So if there is no, you just return empty array. If there is some data, you return some data here. So it depends on what you want to produce to your endpoint. So let's go and test this. Let's come here, and as you can see, it's a API which is protected with JWT. If you don't know JWT yet, you just go the previous course and the previous videos and try to understand some of the concept. Otherwise, let's go and test this, and we are protecting it. So if you're going to access without any token, you're going to get this error here, token not provided. So you have to log in first here, providing it's a normal user. So once this normal user logs, we're going to get this token. Now we have to collect this token here and go back to here. So I will show you two ways. I've already shown how to consume, how to put a token here. This is good. So just come here and take type and build a token. Then you put the token here. Then you call the method, as you can see. This is the same as quiz ID, is the same as this one, and the number of questions too. this is the first way to show you how to use. There's another way. Let me show you. Yes, make sure that it doesn't work. Yeah, we'll get this here that you need to pass. So the another way is just come into your URL, then copy this. So make sure that you start with explanation, then you add this. So if you don't want to pass, you can just only write this. You can just copy it. Okay, now let's run. So this, as you can see, it's very easy also to pass token, but I don't advise you to put it if you just want to consume. But this is another way also to access to use the token, so as you can access the endpoint. So my advice is make sure that you understand what you want to create, and from there you have to come here and do other stuff. So till next time, where we continue the rest of the part. Bye bye. Welcome back to our course, Building Quiz Flutter Application with Laravel. And today we continue with the Start Quiz API. So let's get started. Last time we were dealing with dashboard APIs, and we have seen how to create and how to design a dashboard API. So today we continue with where we left with this part, Start Quiz API. So let's start with what is really happening in web, so as we understand what we can create it on our mobile. So once a user login, we see the list of quiz he's supposed to do. So for instance, if he has to do some quiz, he comes here and says Start Quiz. Now once you click Start Quiz, you find this list of questions. So this is what you're going to create, or you're going to see today, how to come up with this list of questions, so as a user can answer those questions. Also, as you can see, we have here a quiz ID. So we also consider this when we start implementing when we create APIs. So let's jump into code. Now we are going to create a root. This root called quiz start, and this number of ID. This can be any quiz ID. Inside the app controller, we have this method called start quiz. Let's come and see it. Start quiz. First, as you can see, okay, start quiz. Let's go back here. Okay. Let me go. Okay. So we have this method start quiz where to accept ID. This ID, it can be any quiz ID number. So we first find the quiz. If you find it, we say if status, if it's active or not. We're going to collect the questions related with the quiz. We now try to pack them into an array: quiz question ID, question number, question body, category, question photo location. If you have a question photo, then for each of the questions we also collect their possible answers. So we try to find the possible answers is here, and we are going to have this At the end, you're going to have this. If you have some questions, you're going to have this JSON results. If you don't have, you just say you don't have, like quiz not yet published. And if there's no quiz, you just say no quiz. So this depends on what we want. And this logic actually is there in web applications. We just use some code to customize to bring what we want. So let's go and test them on Postman. Okay, we're back on testing with Postman. And as you can see, once you look at our endpoint, start with quiz start and then ID, quiz ID. So we just come here and put, let's say, number 5. We know that was number 5 from our endpoint here. Let's see if you get this result. Okay, now once you send it, you get this token not provided. As we said, this it should also be a token protected endpoint. So we come here and you try to authenticate. So you can get the token. You get this the token. Now let's come and take this token. As if you remember last time, we said we may use either this way. So you can paste this, or we may use another way, this authentication. Make sure you click this authentication tab, then you come here and you click Beta token, then you paste your token here. Okay, let me come and configure something. Please wait. Okay, the issue was Laravel could not find this class, so I had to make sure that I say use app quiz so as this class can be recognized as Laravel. So let's come here and test again. Yes. Okay, something is here. Right. As you can see, this is quite the same as this one. If you cross check it, you're going to see it's similar to what you have. You have the question ID, question number 1. Doesn't have a photo, is a single, automatic. You have to say that you have to choose one question. And this one is multiple. You have to choose as many questions as possible, as you can see it here. Now, as you can see, we have managed to create our endpoint where we can consume this once someone has to display those questions when you click start the question. So it's very straight, very simple. It depends with you on how you want your endpoint to be, but make sure that you return a JSON. And Laravel has a very nice mechanism to return a JSON. Just respond, and you enter this data side, and you return the status number. This is very important, so as the endpoint can understand once they consume this. As you can see it here, it's very, very important. So make sure that you consider return respond JSON. Other things change from one application to another application, but make sure that you return JSON, respond JSON, and the second parameters should be a status number. The first parameter should be array, so you can structure the way data has to be. So I always return data, then inside I return this and put as many information as I want. So there is it depends with you. Yeah, error the false source for the one who will consume this API can have all the detailed ones. So it's very straight, very simple, doesn't cost anything. It's you want to make sure that you understand, and very straight. Till next time, bye bye. Hello, welcome back to our course building quiz Flutter application with Laravel, and we are still on building Laravel API, and today we'll see my quiz API. Let's get started. Okay, from what we left last time, today we are going to see this part, my quiz APIs. Okay, we're going to see this part, my quiz, the list of my quiz I've already taken, and this is already there in your web application. So what we are caring today is see how we can do it in your API. So let's see the code. Now straightforward, you just have to write this root, my quiz, and inside of API controller, we're going to create this method called my quiz. So this will list all the quizzes the current logged in user has. So you're coming here and you see there is this square and attempts this user, the current logged in user. Okay, so the good thing about API creating with Laravel, you can still use in those Laravel authentication logics without worrying, because once someone is authenticated, all other logics, all other Laravel concept may still be used. So worry out about the current logged in user, you can still use this without worrying after someone is authenticated. So yeah, it's the same as other logics. At the end, this is what you're going to return to the user, so the user may see those lists. So let's come and test this endpoint. Let's go back to our Postman and let's try to call this my quizzes. The user is not yet authenticated. Let's authenticate this user. Great. Now let's take this and try here. Authenticate. Okay. Now we're going to get these quizzes, all the quizzes here. This is the same as the list of the quiz here. 1, 2, 3. Let's see if you have got 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So straightforward. Now, as you can see there's something strange here. I return compared to what we already know already. I think it's okay because it brings the data, but we can make sure that it's always return the JSON. You can come here and take this part inside and refresh this one. So make sure that we always return the data we want. So let's comment this and try. Yeah, so I think this is also another way, but I don't recommend this way because you won't get this status code. So make sure that you turn in JSON always. So till next time, bye bye. So make sure that you understand what you're supposed to do when you correct your data, and make sure that when you return it, you return as a JSON. And don't forget to put a status code. So let's meet next time. Bye bye. Yes, welcome back to our course, Building Quiz Flutter Application with Laravel. And we are still on building Laravel API, and today we're going to see quiz attempt API. So let's get started. So from our quiz, we need to have a means of collecting this attempt. When the user try to attempt this quiz, you need to know two things. You need to know question ID and you need to know the answer ID which the users provided. So from our web application, let's see how we handled this. It was very easy. We just, when a user click a submit quiz attempt, we create an array of attempts. Then we go through the answer attempted, all these answer attempted, and all the answers attempted were just provided in this class. So as we can go through all the classes and we get this attribute if it's checked. And if it checked, it means this is the answer the user provided. And we also go through the attribute because each answers. This one, we provide the attribute of a question ID and the answer ID. So if he has provided these things, we collect them and we push them to the array. That is how we handle in a web application. Now let's see how we are going to handle it in our API. So we are going to create two endpoints, one for attempt quiz and one for just getting those attempted questions. So we just say quiz attempt, and this ID will represent the quiz that user attempt. And controller, we already know it, and we're going to create a method called attempt. So here it is, attempt. Now attempt receives a question ID, and we, from our authenticated user, we can still use those Laravel authenticated methods and the functionalities as I've already said. So we know exactly who the user has logged in. Then we check if he has ever attempted that quiz. If he has ever attempted that quiz, we said that he already have attempted this quiz. Otherwise, we just collect all of the attempts, we go through them, and we store them on an attempt table. Oh, that's all. That's easy. Then we return successfully submitted. That was very simple. So that's easy. And for getting the attempt straightforward, we just select this, and we're going to use the same, go through that table, attempt, and try to find all the attempts the user has ever done before. So it was straightforward also, but we cannot test it direct to Postman because we cannot figure out this question ID and answer ID as we have seen some of other testing we have ever done. So just preserve it for now. We are going to test them when we create a mobile application. We will know them, those question ID and answers provided ID without any worry. For now, just let us end up here. Till next time, bye bye. Hello, welcome back to our course building quiz Flutter application with Laravel, and we are still on building Laravel API, and today we are going to see change password API, and we also see some other things that we need to do so as we can complete this Laravel API. So let's get started. So we want to finish this part of changing password. We want to allow our mobile application or our API user can change their password without coming back to web application. So as you can see here, user enters a new password and confirming it, then can change. Now let's see how we can do it in our API. Back to the code. So you can see this is a post method, settings, change password, API controller, and you're going to see this method called change password. As you can see, straightforward. It's just taking the password and find that users and change that password. This is very straight from Laravel point of view, but I've not here validate a password. You can still validate password because I will take care of them on a mobile part. But to encourage you guys, don't do it as I did here. Make sure that you verify those passwords. You just send the password, you verify them as we did it here. Let's go back. Yeah, where? Here. We need to verify this one. If you're coming from Laravel, you may understand what I'm talking about. So just sending password and the password confirmation. Then we verify them, not as what we did here in our part. Okay. For I've just this done for simple because I know I take care on mobile application. Those are verification, and I'll make sure that whatever it passes uses is what I want. So I'll take care of verifications and validations from the mobile part of view. So you can test this on Postman. So you can test it from the Postman and the post method. Board low, yes on, let's put this one, and then let's say save. And once we save, we're going to get that we needed to authenticate first. It's okay. It's okay. Now let's go back here and check. So we are changing the password of this person. Okay. As you can see, password was changed successful. Now let's try to log in. Let's join. Now we use this token to change this password here. So we say 1, 2, 3, 4. Now let's try to authenticate and see if it works here. Invalid credential. So you have to say password 1, 2, 3, 4. Then let's try to get. Yeah, it's okay. Now I get this one again and come here. And let's change password to 5 and see. Now let's try to log in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Say now once we say 5, so we can see we have managed to use this functionality. So before we end up this, there are 2 more routes. We need them for our mobile API once we start implementing mobile part. So let's see them. So let's start with this full quiz API. This API is just collecting. It's like the same as start quiz, but it has a lot of information inside. So let's come and see full quiz. We can see the same as, but we added some things here. If that answer is correct or not. So I'll use this when we try to display all the for instance, someone has done the quiz and we want to see what he has provided. This is where we use this API. It's the same as that the quiz, but it has some extra information inside. So rollout, nothing new here. It's just adding this thing and other stuffs here that we can use when we started to display what someone has ever done on that quiz. As you can see, it's the same as that, but it has a lot of informations. So we may see when we try to use this sometimes later, but looks the same, but I think there are some other information here. We're going to see when we try to do this. It's quite different from what the user has done. It's okay, but we will see them when we try to finish that part of mobile part. And the last one is this one. This is also for all the quiz that, I mean, it's just return quiz that the users ever done before. If you have already seen it, you're just updating that the user have seen that its source cannot be shown anymore. That's for just updating. For instance, you have results, many results they are displaying, and if someone is viewing that quiz result, so we have to take lead of that quiz. We're going to use this endpoint. This just for get ready the quizzes that the user has already seen. So if someone has seen that quiz, let's say has completed the quiz and see the result, want to get rid of it, we're using this endpoint. So till next time, where we finish this part, we are going to prepare a documentation, Swagger UI for this all endpoint. So till next time, bye bye. Hello, welcome back to our course building quiz Flutter applications Laravel, and we are still on building Laravel API. Before we conclude this part, we end up with documentation, how to document our APIs as we have already seen them. So let's get started. Okay, we have seen our APIs, these APIs, and we have tested them on Postman. But one thing we lack from Postman or from our API, we don't have a documentation. We don't have any means for us to share this with the world, to share with the consumers. So we can test with the Postman, and the bad thing about the Postman doesn't hold our endpoint. So it's very hard for us to share this endpoint. So in order to share this endpoint, there is a certain tool called Swagger UI. Swagger UI allows everyone, be in a development team or your end consumers, to visualize and interact with your API sources without having any of implementation logic in place. So this tool helps us to visualize this endpoints like a documentation. Gives the documentation how to use our API without knowing any implementation in place. So it's very nice. You can just share the documentation, anyone can interact and know all the things. It's very nice. So Swagger, it's look like this actually. It's a very nice tool which contain methods and endpoint and the description how to use and also how to test it. You are given the information how to test. It's like a full package compared to Swagger, which only testing and it doesn't give you all the endpoint unless you import them, or unless you import them if you have that file. But with nice with Swagger, it's give you all the information in place. Though with Postman there is a means to import information from Swagger, as we're gonna see it somewhere how to import, so as someone can also test. But the good news about Swagger, it's all have all the link in documentation. Now let's see how we can implement it in Laravel. Before we go to implement Laravel, if you don't know anything about Swagger UI, you just come to swagger.io and just read this documentation so as you can understand what is Swagger UI, all the information here. And this new way of implementing Swagger code, open API specification, just come here and read everything. So in Laravel, there is this package called Laravel 5 Swagger, which is Swagger integration into Laravel. So if you're coming from other language like Node.js, JavaScript, Java, if you're coming from ASP.NET, if you're coming from Ruby, if you're coming from Python, if you're coming from other web technologies, nowadays they have this Swagger integration with those technologies. So you just go and learn with them. But here we are going to interact them with Laravel. So you just come to this link, you just come and read all the informations are here. Laravel 5 Swagger is open API or Swagger specification for Laravel project. And you just come here and you install according to Laravel versions. Now we are in Swagger UI version 3, and Laravel, I think this is the current version, which is latest coming out. But in this tutorial we stick with 5.4. Still though we are still using version 3 of Swagger UI and the open API specification compatibilities. We just come here and learn all the information are here. So for our case, we have already installed it. We just come and copy and but for our case we already installed it. Let's come here. Here it is. Then after that you have to publish config file. You just run this one. Once you publish, you get this file. See under config, this file. So you can configure all configurations. Then if you are using version 5 and above, 5.5 above, you don't need manual to include this one. But because of 5.4, we either use this one on app provider folder or config.php. As you can see, we use it in PHP, config.php here. Then from there, good, we are good to go. But one thing, we need to annotate our endpoint controller, those methods can be mapped into API documentation. So that's very easy. We are not going to use open API notation, but I encourage you guys go and read open API if you are using above version of Laravel. Just come here after understanding open API if you don't know, and after understanding Swagger, all the information, I encourage you to come and learn open API. Though in this tutorial we are going to use Swagger notation, which will be looking like this. Let's come here. This way, start with that one. So the difference is it's not that much difference. Let's come to open API. You can see it's just using open API, which is not quite different from this one, but we are going to stick with this one. So there is also example if you want to learn more, but this example based on Open API. You just come here and you get all the information here. Just come and run. Apart from that, after annotation have been added to your endpoint controllers, you just run this one to generate a documentation, or alternatively you can just set this one. As we will see, we have already set it here. Let's go to that's above. So now let's concentrate on our API controller source. So we're going to concentrate on this API controller, where we are going to put those annotations. So if you don't know about annotation, if I come from Java, if I come from Python, and this object-oriented language, they'll have this called annotation. Annotation is the means of telling a compiler or interpreter certain information before it compiles. You just add certain information to compiler before it compiles or it interprets those code. So let's go back to this folder. Now make sure that at the top of your file which you want to have this annotation documentation, you should put this one, Swagger. Very easy from documentation, you will understand, but you have to make sure you put this one. Then each of the method, for instance, this is the post method, there is a path summary, this is what is being shown, and the operation method to be called this method. So if you want to make sure that when you execute this code from Swagger, it always reflect or affect in the real code, you have to make sure that you follow this standard. Don't worry, I will post this file and you will understand. But you can understand there's something called schema here. It means that it will affect on the users. Another issue, you have to make sure that on every model you have this annotation. Just copy it, and this should reflect the name of your model. Okay, let's go back to API. Now these are the ones which doesn't have token protection. We just having this very simple. I will show you verified, but this one which supports the user to log in. Okay, let's go back here. Which requires the user to log in. This one, we have to make sure that we have token in place. So let's see how we're gonna put that token in place. So we have this one. As I told you that there's two ways to pass token for authentication. You use a pass from you can use a pass from here, or you can just pass this one token. So for our case, we're going to use this one. So make sure that you have this one, and the others, because we don't need token, just leave it. Very straightforward, and every endpoint method you should have that one. Okay, now let's go and see what's going to be generated. Now let's go back to here. I said in order to access, you need to go to API documentation, but you can also change this one here from Laravel config. So you can change it here, and you can even change the title here. So it's not static, you can change here, you can change that. Now you can see we have all mapped your methods into document. We document our all APIs, as you can see them from so this makes it easy for user to read and understand what's supposed to do. I encourage you guys to come and learn everything about Swagger is let's go and test. As I say, this also it can work as a tester. So sometimes you don't need this at all. You may not even need this at all anymore. You can come here and say try. Come here, edit, and click execute. Nice. You don't need it. You don't need anymore a postman right now. So you can take this. Let's go to B information. As you can see, token is required because it's a protected endpoint. Come here, paste it here as token, and you get this one. You can also go for other dashboard. What I think I've already seen. You can come here. As you can see, this is great tool. Don't need it to have any user interface. It's a great tool for sure. Okay, one thing I want to show you, if you don't want to use Swagger for testing but you want to use Postman for testing, good news that you can still use Postman to test this and to know all the endpoint and test them. You just come here after you have generated a Swagger, you share with this link with anyone. If you don't want to give them this and you want to share them locally on their PCs, use Postman, you just come here and just say import. You come to import a link, then you paste that link, this link, then import. You're going to get all the informations from this guy. Now that's also nice. There's a good communication between Swagger and Postman, so you can still use this endpoint here. That was very nice and do what we're supposed to do. Nice. I think everything is right and you understand how to use. I've put the token here. You understand how to use Swagger. So I think we make the end of building our Laravel API. So next time we learn push notification, the Laravel part. So till the time, bye bye. Hello, welcome back to our course using Flutter Applications Laravel, and we are in the last part of our part 1, which is push notification in Laravel. So let's get started. So before we proceed and see how to integrate push notification in Laravel, we should start with introduction. If you don't know what is push notification is a message that pop up on a mobile device. An app publisher can send them at any time. User don't have to be in the app or using their device to receive them. They can do a lot of things. This push notification, they can show the latest spot scores. They can get user to take an action, such as downloading a coupon or let user know about an event, such as a flash sale. Also, push notification look like SMS text messages and mobile alert, but they only reach user who have installed your app. Each mobile platform has a support for the push notification. iOS, for example, Android, Fire OS, Windows, and BlackBerry all have their own services. So, why are they used? Push notification provide a convenient and valuable to app user. For example, user can receive spot scores and use rights on the lock screen. Utility message like traffic, weather, a snow report, sky snow report, a freight check-in, change, and the connection information. So for App Publisher, push notification are a way to speak direct to user. So compared to other means of communication like email, user has to go to email box. Sometimes may even not get those messages. So he has to click through rate can be twice as high as an email compared to notification. Notification is like someone to sit in and they respond as soon as possible, get that message. So they can also remind the user to use an application. So whether the application is open or no, these messages always show up. For example, if you ever use WhatsApp, either you are not using it or you have navigated to another application. Once there's a new messages, you will be prompted back to use WhatsApp. So the promote product offer to increase sales, you can use it for that purpose. They can use it to improve customer experience. They can convert unknown application users to non-customer. Send the transaction list right away, and driving user to other market channels such as social network. Actually, it's a look like this. I think all of us know this kind of pop notifications. If you have a smartphone and you have installed a news application like CNA or your Twitter, you always see this kind of notifications. Either you are locked your phone, or either you are using your phone, or it's always be there if you enable them. Enough of introduction and explanation about push notification. Let's back to our business. Okay, let's see how the things is. Now, this is your mobile application, your phone, and this is app saver. It can be like our quiz application, web app quiz application. Now let's see how it's happening. Now, once you have installed an application, mobile application, and the application is utilize push notification, what is really happening is your application is connected to what is called the Firebase cloud message. We are going to see it, don't worry. So this is a platform which provide push notification, cloud messaging. So your mobile application and this platform, there is a mechanism of called services which are talking to each other, which allow us to have what is called push notification. So let's see what it is. Your mobile application has to register or to subscribe to the topic from Firebase Cloud Messaging. And once it's registered, your application, Laravel application, whatever it is, even this cloud has a mechanism from it to send, push messages to the phone, like notification messages. But there is called app saver, which also can push those messages to Google Cloud or Firebase Cloud messages, so as it can forward that message to the client. So let's take an example of WhatsApp. If I send you a message, what's really happening? That message first goes to app saver. App saver send that message back to this platform called, either it can be Android, iOS. They also have their respective platform. This platform has got a mechanism to know where this message should be sent. So once that message is received here, it will be pushed to respective recipient. This is what's happening. So this is how push notification works. So for our case, because we are using Android, we also need to have Firebase Cloud Messages. So Firebase Cloud Messages is a cross-platform messaging solution that will be able to deliver message at no cost. So you can still use it for iOS, as shown here, and Android. So this still is a cross-platform. So here we are going to focus on Android support, though we are not going to do much about iOS or mobile part, but I will show you how we can integrate this powerful tool with our Laravel project. So as from our application, we can send those messages to this platform, and this platform can push that message to mobile devices. So I will talk and see much how we can do this when we deal with mobile part. But here we just see how we can integrate this with Laravel. So either you can use, as here, let me show you something here. Either you can use a Firebase FCM Firebase Cloud Messages to push those messages to users, Android, iOS, or web, or you can use other environment like our Laravel application. Okay. Now, in order to be able to send messages, push messages, you need to have Firebase Cloud Messaging account. So you just go to console. So make sure that you go to firebase.google.com, then you create an account, then you go to console. Once you go to console, you'll be able to add a project. So you need first to add a project. Now let's come here and add a project. Now you give us a project name, my quiz hub, then you continue. Google Notes for project. Okay, enable for this project for now. Of course, let's leave it because it's recommended. And country, you just can leave it whatever the country you are. Accept, then you create a project. So you can continue. Now good. Once you successfully create a project for Cloud Firebase, it's okay now. We go back here once we implement a mobile application. So for now, let's quit a bit, then we'll be back shortly. Now, okay, why do we need to integrate Laravel? Actually, you can send messages from this platform. You come here, you send the messages, but sometimes we need a means for us to send messages from our application. For instance, if you are creating a invoice application and you want to notify all the users who are using your services, so it's very hard or it's not practical to always come here and creating those push notification from here. So you may have applications which is integrated with Firebase cloud messages. And when someone sends from the applications, automatically those messages can be reached to the people who are having a mobile application, and they can be received as a push notification messages. So we need something else. So that's where we come up with this package called Laravel FCM. This is easy to use package. Work with both Laravel and Roman for sending push notification with Firebase cloud messages. So we need this. Just come here, and we're going to use this for our project. Okay. So as you need this to install it. Now let's look at our code and see what we have done so far to enable push notification. So first of all, we add this dependence as this documentation says here. You just run this code, which will generate this. I think okay. Then for Laravel, register the provider direct in your app configure file. This one. Now for Laravel version which is above 5.5 or equal, provide package auto discover, so they don't need for you to do this. It's automatically there. But for me, because I'm using 5.4, I added to put this here. As you can see, let's come back to you can see it here. Let's see it here. Yeah, this one. Also for alias, this one, because they said you have to put this one or this option, so I just had this one. And they said FCM group facade is needed only if you want to manage group messages. For now, because we don't want, we keep that away. So we learn this and to create we learn this to create a config file. I think that config file we'll find it in config fcm.php, and this is the file where you can put server key and the send ID, whatever. So with this we're going to configure them on environment file. So make sure that you add this key. Now, where to get this? This is a very interesting thing. So I will show you where to get this. Now remember, we have registered our application here. Now in order to get that, to come here, project settings. You have to come to cloud messages, and you will find it here. So copy this one and come and replace here. That's all you can do right now. Let's go back to documentation. For Roman, if you use Roman, the same procedures, but do not use Roman. You can either put this send ID or not, and those all you can get them from here. So make sure that you come here, you click here, then you click there, send ID. You can see this is the send ID, and you can just read the definition. Can be used for server key and biggest key token, and this one you can also copy them. Okay, now that's all. So there are two types of message you can be sent using Laravel Firebase cloud message: notification message, sometimes sort of display message, and data message which handled by the current app. So we suggest this one. We don't go much here, but I encourage you guys to go and read this documentation. I guess this documentation has a lot of things you can learn. This from Firebase. Yeah, those 12 messages, you can read them and understand. So, but these packages provide a means for you to send those messages easily from your applications to Google Cloud Messages platform, which will push the message to the mobile application. So let me show you how I implemented this on my web application. So I create this API function, very straightforward. You can get this information from this documentation from GitHub. So I've created a method called send downstream message to device, and another one send out message to devices. You can send to one devices and devices. So in order to send devices, push notification. So this is another message to push notification to quiz when the quiz is published and when the quiz is result out. Those two methods I've created is it. So it depends with what you want to do. So for instance, for me, I've just created this simple function. I don't need to worry about other stuff. So in order to send a message to device, you need a token. And if you remember, I said an application has to register itself to Google Cloud Messages. Through that register, it provides what is called a token. So for us, as we're going to see it, there should be a method which when this is sent, you have to receive that token and store it to your server. Let me show you. So because we need a token, we need to create an endpoint. This endpoint should not be protected because you don't need someone to log in at that moment. When the application starts, as we're gonna see it when we implement in Flutter, when the application starts and we register itself to Fire Cloud Messages, it always gets the token. So we need to get that token at the moment the application registers itself. We need to get that token. So once we get that token, we create this endpoint, as we're gonna see in the future. This endpoint we have to save it. So make sure that in your application you have a table or database to save them. So as here we have this table, I call it Firebase token. I just have one column. So after I have to receive this token, then I have to check if it exists. So as I cannot save it. Then if it's not, I have saved it, then I say successfully saved. So this token is one which I will push notification specific to the device. So when the device it registers itself from this. So what is happening here? When the application starts, or when it starts, for instance, if it has all the service from Google Cloud Messages, when the application starts, it will register itself to Google Cloud Messages. So the one way to register itself, it will get a token. So this token is the one that we have to receive it to application and saving it to the database. So as anytime I want to send the message, I have to use that token. Token is just a means to identify where do I send that message. Okay. Now this message, except token, this title, the one will look like title will be like this or this, and the message will be like this. So okay, now I have to receive that one and sending them to Google Cloud Messages. And if I have many devices, so I will use this one also. So as you can see, I have this method which get the tokens. Yeah, I've collected all the tokens from my database, put them as array because I need the array. So just take them, I get the array of tokens. So now once I notify the user, if no any device was registered, I'll say no token found, just throw an exception. Yes, I'll take those tokens to all the devices and send that messages. As you can see, this is the title and messages. That's all. If result out, the same concept. So it's very straightforward on how to integrate. And for you can use it also. You just come here and learn all the thing. So we have done integration on Laravel. You may even use this, or you may still use Firebase as a go-to method to send the messages, as you will see when you start implement on Flutter. But you can still use this one. It's very nice. For instance, if you have application you need to notify to other people. Now, till next time, this marks the end of this part. So in coming tutorials, we are going to see how we can now start implement a quiz application using this endpoint. Till that time, bye bye. Hello, welcome back to our course building quiz Flutter application with Laravel, and we are in part 2 where we'll be building a Flutter application. In part 1, we were building Laravel Backend, Laravel API. In this part 2, we are going to see how to build a Flutter application from those APIs that we have been looking from part 1 of this course. So, how about this course? This course is divided into different parts. In this part, we just see the introduction. After introduction, we see mobile application demo. We see the final application that we are going to create in this part. Also, we review some prerequisites and tools that are needed for us to make sure that we create this Flutter application. Also, we see the project structure on how and all the related packages that we need so as we can accomplish this application. Then from there, we are going to building the really mobile applications. So we'll start with authentication and the user registration. Also from there, we'll go on with navigation menu. So we start using those endpoint to create dashboard, start quiz to also see my quizzes page. We also implement change password in a Flutter application. We also see the quiz result. We implement logout. From there, we'll also implement push notification. I'll see how we can do push notification from the mobile application. And lastly, we'll end up with deploy the application to Google Play Store. Here we're going to learn all the things we require to make sure that we prepare our final application so as can be deployed to Google Play Store. So thank you. Next time we're going to see mobile application demo. Till that time, bye bye. Hello, welcome back to our course building quiz Flutter applications Laravel, and today we are going to see a mobile application demo. Let's get started. So let's come see our demo. So let's run the application. Okay, as you can see, that is splash screen. Yeah. Now let's log in as John Doe. Now you're going to see this list. This is the dashboard. You're going to create it. List of the quiz you're supposed to do. Now let's go to navigation menu. You see, you find dashboard, my quizzes, the quiz I've ever done before. Settings, where you can change password, and it can log out. Now let's go to dashboard. Now you can start the quiz. Here's the list of the quizzes. Here, the list of the quizzes. You can start. You can just check that one, check this one, and you can answer them successfully. Go back to the dashboard. You can even refresh. You can even say by using this one. Action, you're going to see how you can you may either use this one or this one, or on your. That's all great. You can see the quiz he has already done. Okay, here also good. Okay, so you can change passwords on so it's changed. Now we can go back to logout, try to log in John Doe. It was 1 2 3 4 5. Let's try. See. No, now we change to 1. Great. Now also you can register users. You're going to see how you can use this one. And lastly, you're going to see if someone is published the results. Let's go back to this part. This one. Okay. This report. Let's see. Publish the result. Okay. Now you can see there is this push notification. Okay. You can see the result. John Doe 1. As you can see, as you publish the result, you can see the result here. Okay, that was great. The fun thing, I think we have seen how what you're going to create in this application, this part. We're going to start with this part, login, then move to this part. Then from there, we are going to this part, dashboard. Then we move to my quizzes. We move to setting with change password. Then lastly, we'll deal with this push notification. I think I've shown you how you can push notification from Laravel to this. Let's see here if we can come up with something nice here. If I publish here, let me show. Just look here. Pop. Yeah, as you can see, push notification. Now we're going to see how we can do it in mobile application. Now I think we can do it. We can implement this from coming tutorial, but for now let's end up here. Till next time, bye bye. Hello, welcome back to our course building quiz Flutter applications Laravel, and today we are going to see prerequisites and tools, the things that you should know or at least you should have, so as you can take this part, understand when, where, before we start everything, what the things you should assume you know or you should have, so as you can continue the rest of the part of this course. Because this course is all about Flutter application, and Flutter is a mobile application development tools that was created by Google, and it is using Dart languages. So before you continue, you should know some Dart, at least some Dart languages. If you don't know anything about it, I encourage you to come here and learn some stuffs about that, so as you can understand well, because you are going to program in that. Okay, if you know some Dart or you have some Dart, then you should jump into Flutter. You should learn some Flutters. Flutter is a mobile platform from Google that enables you to create more beautiful mobile application for Android and the iOS. So here we are not much dealing with iOS at the end. At the end, we will deal with Android platform. So we create an application, though it's the same application that can be deployed to iOS platform. But at the end of this course, we deploy this application into Android platform, Google platform. So you should know some Flutter. If you don't know, let you come here and learn something. Also, you should know, if you're coming from Android programming, nice, but you should install Android Studio, because Android Studio contains all Android SDK, which is what you are going to rely on. So make sure that you have Android Studio, which contains all the Android SDK, as long as you're going to create an Android application using Flutter. So if you don't have it, come here and install. Straightforward, everything there. This depends on Java. Make sure that you have Java installed, so as you can continue. Then this also will enable us to create Android emulators, those ones who can preview application. So make sure that you have this one, and from there you know how to create emulator. This emulator. Since I will improve something here. So it will be useful if you are coming from Android programming. You will find this course not that much hard. Okay. There are a lot of things I think that just take your time and come here and learn. Just come here and install if you have not yet installed it. Come here and learn some stuff, boy. Also, we are not going to use this Android Studio for coding. So if you prefer to use it, it's okay. But there is another IDE which is very nice. It's called Visual Studio Code. It's a very nice tool for. So make sure come here and install for your package if you're using Mac, Linux, or Windows. Straightforward. Then from there, we are going to install some plugins. Let me show you. So come to your, after you've installed your Visual Studio Code, you come to this part called extensions. You can click it, or you can use Shift, Continue Shift X, Continue Shift X, then look for that. Then you are going to find this extension. Make sure that you install it. Then we're going to find Flutter. Okay. Also install this. These are the two extensions that we'll be using it. So as before you continue the rest of the part of this course, you make sure that you have installed that. Then you have installed Flutter. Also, you have installed the Android Studio. then first you have installed this one, and from Android Studio you have to create a emulator. So I assume that you know all these things. So if you don't know these things, I encourage you to go and learn some things. I won't show that much on how to create emulators, on how to install Flutter, on how to install Flutter, on how to install Visual Studio. So you have to know that things. So let's meet when we start implement our mobile part. Till next time, bye bye. Hello, welcome back to our course Building Quiz Flutter Applications Laravel, and today we are going to discuss project structure. So project stack checklist. We will start with prepare development environment. We will create a new Flutter project. We will design our own project structure. We will test our application, and lastly, from there to we will develop a development approach where we have to start with developing a feature, discuss the dependencies related to the feature. So let's now prepare development environment. So you have to come to your Android Studio. Okay. You have to come to Android Studio to take this and testing our project. You need to have Android emulator. Now you can click here, AVD manager, Android virtual device managers. When you click that one, you get the list of virtual devices, and I've created some of them. If you haven't, just come and create and find the one which has got these symbols. This is Google Play services. Make sure that you Play Store services. Make sure that you choose one of them, because this is the latest one. You get full advantage of new features which are here. So just go next. Use any image which is said here recommended. You can take one of them, but I encourage you to take 105 and above, Lollipop and above. Then you click next, give the name, you finish it. But I've already created one, this one, and you're going to use it. Okay. Once you have played, you will find this emulator, which has got this Google Play Store services. Nice. Now let's go and start creating our. I've already prepared environment for testing. Let's go and create our first Flutter project. Command is where you want your project to be created, and make sure that you have Flutter installed. Make sure that you have Flutter installed. Write Flutter. Then from there, you're going to create a project. Just say Flutter, create. You just give. I will explain this. So this command will create a Flutter project, and it will give the package name, this name. If you're coming from Java, if you're coming from Android programming, you understand project name, package name. This package name will be given to our project. If you have not specified this, it will create a default, which sometimes is very hard to update once you finish, because Google Play Store needs to have a unique package name domain, so as for you to be able to deploy your application. So make sure that once you create, you should provide a proper and a unique package name. Now just click here and it's going to create it. As you can see, it's now done. Just wait for some times. Now as you can see, everything is there already. Now, all done. Flutter is fully installed. If you find any issue here, make sure that you troubleshoot before you continue. Android toolchain development for Android devices installed. SDK is that one. Android Studio is fully installed. VS Code is still installed, and the Connect device is fully installed. Now that's very nice. Now we have to open on our VS Code, direct code, and the name of our application. I think it was my quiz application. Now once you open it, you'll find it here. This is a Flutter project structure, and we are going to discuss one after another. Now this folder is normal. This folder for IDE, just leave it the way it is. Android folder is for Android programming or Android platform, just leave it for now. And the iOS is also for iOS platform. Lib is where we are going to spend most of our time coding, so I'll be back to it. Testing is for testing purposes. Ignore files is for GitHub. Some of the tools will be ignored once you push them to the version control. Metadata, we just leave it for now. This one leave for now. And another file that will be interesting is pubspec.yaml. This file is where it's like a configuration. It's a file which contains your dependencies and sometimes configuration. We spend most of our time here when we start programming code. So let's go back to this lib. This is where we are going to write our code. So if you're coming from other programming languages like Android programming languages, Android programming or iOS programming, you may find this quite different, but we'll worry out. I assume that you have some basics of Flutter, and I will explain some as we go. So that dependence, that package name we gave when we created, let's see if it reflected here. Yeah, as you can see, it's reflected here above. So make sure that you have this one there. If you have not provided it, it will give you its default, which is sometimes very difficult for you to update to your ones, because Google Play Store needs a unique package name. So make sure that you did as I did here when you create your project. This one. Okay. Now from there, let's go back to our for lib folder, and you're going to find this main.dat. This is where all your code will start here, don't worry, and I'll explain as we go. So let's go and discuss our project structure folder. So go and create this config folder, model folders, page folder, and the scope model folder for now, but I will create and organize reference folder as we see or face any challenge. But config folder is where we're going to put our configurations across, where when we start coding is where we're going to put some of our configuration codes. Model is where we're going to put our models, and pages where we're going to put our pages, and scope models we're going to put a scope model, and I'll explain what scope model once we reach a point where we want to do it. So I think for project structure, yes, enough. And will also be, once we discuss a certain feature, we'll come here and try to know what is required before we start implementing that feature. So for now, let's test this application and see if it works before we continue the rest of our tutorial. Now to run the application, just let Flutter run. That's all. You can say Android if you are on Android, or iOS. I just click it. I think there is a national Flutter run. Just say Flutter run. Okay. Now, as you can see, we have successfully run our first project. And good thing about Flutter is has got this auto reload. Once you change some, let's change our title here. Yeah, let's say my house, my app, and save. In order to find any change, you don't need to restart. You just come here and press R. Now look, let's press R. Very nice. Now let's see if I say my quiz app, then save it, and come here and press R again. Now that's beauty about Flutter's auto reload. Now next time we're going to start implementing our applications. Till that time, bye bye. Hello, welcome back to our course Building with Flutter Applications Laravel, and today we are starting building a really mobile application, and we are going to start with authentication, the user registration. So authentication, the user registration. This part you are going to see three things. We're going to see the dependencies before we can start design and implement our part. And we are going to see design of our views. And lastly, to end up this part, we are going to code or implement this view. So let's start it with dependencies. So in order to do this part or to finish this part, there are some dependencies that should be there installed and configured before we can continue design and implement our part. Now, first dependency is called scope model. Scope model is app state management. It's like other state management if we're coming from web technology like Redux and has a state management. So there are three things that are involved. One is model, second is scoped model, and the last is scoped model descendant. Model, you extend this class to create your own models. So if you have your own classes, you need to extend this model. Scoped model is a widget used to wrap your model so as can be passed from the parent to the child model. To the child widget, as we're going to see it once we start implementing it. And lastly is a scoped model descendant. This use this widget to find the appropriate scope model in the widget tree. So after you pass a model from your parent widget to the child widget, sometimes we need to get that scoped model when you are in child widget, whatever the widget you are. In order to get that model, you have to use this code. You have to wrap your as you can see, you have to wrap your view so as you can find that model, and I'm going to see it how to use it. And if you have multiple models and you want to combine them as one, you're going to use the with. This is just that functionality, that programming functionality. You have multiple classes and you want to put them as one. You're going to use the with to come up with one model as app model. So, and we are going to see it let's go and see its website. So this is the website. Go to just search on Google scoped model, and we're going to find the details. Scoped model Flutter, we're going to find the details about scope model and all the information here. So we'll go and install it. To install it, yes, open your pubspec.yaml file and add in this one. So let's go and do that. So come to a project and find this file pubspec, click it, and not on the dependencies part, this dependency part below this, you have to put that dependency. install and save it. Once you save, you're going to find this kind of things where it's going to find and install the dependency. Okay, now we have already installed the scripting order. Let's go back to and see another dependency. Okay, another dependency we're going to see is the shared preference. This provides a persistent store for simple data. So data is persisted to the disk asynchronously. So neither platform can guarantee that writing will be persistent to the disk after returning after returning to the hub. And this plugin must not be used for storing critical data. So if we're going to use this for only storing token, because token will be available as we move from one view to another. So we want to make sure that this token is always be there, even if our application is closed and if we're not logged out, we should make sure that we save this token. That's why we're going to use this shared preference. So you can get information from this link also. As you can see, you come here, you will learn everything about shared preference. Now let's go and install it. Come to the installing and grab this dependency. Go back to our code editor below. You have to put it and save. Once it's saved, it's going to be creating it. So if you're using code editor like Visual Studio Code and you have installed that plugin, you don't need to do anything. If you're using other editor and nothing happened, you just come here from your command, you just run this so as you can get and install that packages. Let's go back to our final dependency. Final dependency is HTTP plugin, and this is a way for you to make internet calls from your mobile application to the server to get data and manipulate data. So this is a composable feature-based library for making HTTP requests. It's a platform independent. It can be used for command line if I do that, browser if I do that for web, and even Flutter as we're going to use this here. So let's go and see more about it. So this is the documentation. You just come here and read all things about how you can do it as we're going to do it, don't worry. But all the information here, and if you want to install it, you just come here and grab the dependency. Make sure that it is in line and say okay. Now we have already installed our dependencies. Now next step is going to be creating those views and starting implement our design. Till next time, bye. Hello, welcome to our course building quiz Flutter applications Laravel, and we are still on building Laravel application, and we will continue what we left in the last tutorial where we are seeing authentication, the user registration, and today we are going to continue with design. So let's get started. So designing in Flutter is quite different from designing in normal Android application where we used to use XML. So in Flutter, there is no XML or HTML or external design file that we're going to use. So view, actually, we compose a view by putting together different widgets to achieve a certain view. So we are not having any XML file. All the elements are coded. So we code our view. So to because you are coding our view, we need to adapt to a certain rule that we need to keep our view code as simple as readable. So as it can be easy for us to maintain it, because we don't use an XML file. So let's go and see those principles. Now let's take example for that mini Flutter view which doesn't seem to be readable. As you can see, all view and the code are put together in a manner that is very hard for someone to know where is certain widget, where certain view. It's very hard, and sometimes it gets messy when you have a lot of views put together. So there is another way which you're going to see how we can manage to put this design into a readable way. So always remember, when you design a view, Flutter view, make sure that you keep as simple as readable and maintainable. So let's get started with our views. So back to our project, make sure that you have this dependence from the last tutorial, so as we can continue with other part. So the main file that will be working is called lib. Lib is a main file that you are going to work, and make sure that you have this predefined or pre-made folders, and we start with this main.dat. Make sure I remove all the code we are there because we want to start from scratch. So we are starting with main run app, then we call my quiz app class. So we need to import this. Nice tool can show the fixes. We need to import material. Nice. Then we need to create this class. Actually, when Flutter application run, it will find this many function, and then we call run application where it passes this method, and it should be. We need to create this class, and this class should extend stateful. So I assume that you know some basics of Flutter. Okay, then we need to override this method, which is create state, and the create state should have this class, should return this class actually as a conversion. You normally prefix with this underscore, then we're going to create this class here, and this class, okay, and this class it should extend state, and you should pass a parameter this class. It's like a cyclic. Then this is where we create our view, the view that will be found when this application starts. So remember, we said that we are going to use scope the model, and scope the model. Let's code it should expand a root. So needing this be the root of application. So we need to put this scope the model here. But scope model auto should expect one of the model, and we don't have any model. So let's go and create a scope the model here, and I'm going to call this app model. This will be the top root model, where other models will be injected here. So now class app model extends model should extend model always, and this model should be from scope mode. Now put from scope mode. Now you are good. Then you go back here inside your, because where we are going to inject that scope model widget. Now set app model. Once we import self here, then we set the model is equal to new, whatever you want to put model. Then from there we're going to put our scope model here. It's a widget actually. Scope model. Let me see if I can import. Yeah, import scope model. Then inside here we're going to have first model. This model should be the model which you have above. Okay. Then we're going to have child. Child is where we're going to put our, we are going to put our first. Now we're going to put the material app. To app we are going to have themes, because we're going to have themes here. We're going to have themes data. An object. Here we're going to say primary color. So we need to have primary color. So we're going to put red as primary color. I think can you get it here? Yeah. And accent color. If you come from Android, you may understand what I'm talking about here. This is just a material design properties. So then from there we're going to have something called root. Root is where you're going to put your roots here, and you're going to start with this home root. Home root should have a context. And this context should return our app authenticated page. And we don't have this yet, don't worry. So as if you have another one for dashboard, you set dashboard. It's like a normal root we have seen from Laravel dashboard. So I'll point you out where you can read this more. So come here, find this class from Flutter documentation, find this class here and learn more about it. Okay, it's very straightforward. So if you don't know anything about the material app, you want to learn more, just come to documentation and you find a lot of things here to learn. Okay, let's go back to our code. So we need to create this page. This is the first page that the user will find once he runs these applications. So remember, we have this page folder. I'm going to create this page. So come here and create a new .dat and class, and let's start with very simple stateless. Let's start simple stateless widget. Always start with stateless widget, then we may change it to another stateful widget if you have some data to maintain. If you don't have data to maintain or to change, make sure you start with stateless widget. Now here we have got this method you need to override. This is where you're going to put our code. Now I'll come back here sometimes. So let's come here and says material. The material, we have this code here. No, we have this one, not material, it's called scaffold widget. Now we have this app. Okay, app bar. Here inside we say the title, and then put text here, login, and then we have this code body, send container, then you say chart, we have got this center child, we've got this text. Let's say login page. Very simple. Now let's go and test this on us. So we need to import this because we have it already before we test. I think there's some machine. No, not extract, sorry. Always. Okay, let me import it. Import from packaging, and what the name with the pages, and we have this called authentication. Then you should remove it yourself. Good. Let's go and test this. Okay, run our application. It will take some time. So as you can see, when you run our application, here is where we end up. So we are going to see what you're going to achieve, but as you can see, it's very simple. We managed to come to that point. So let's go and see what you want to achieve. So always before you start to create your view, you need to have an idea. Either you need to draw it the way you want the design to look like. But if you don't have, you can make sure that you understand this way of putting this page or this view together, this different widget together to come up with a very nice UI. So always you start your design with mockup before you implementing the design. You start with mockup, either you draw it on a paper or you come up with these tools like this mockup where you can create your mockups, final mockup, then from there you can start the design. It's very nice to have this kind of thing before you start designing your Flutter application. You just come here and design whole mockups. Then from there you start design on Flutter and implementing the design. So after I created a mockup, so this is what you are going to achieve. So you need to have something like this before you start and create. So you have to know what you're going to create. So we're going to have this image log. We don't have any action bar here. You don't have this form, email, password. You're going to have this button and another button and the small label here down. So you should always have this picture before you start code design your view. So let's go and see how we can achieve this. So say we should have this image. So let's go back to our code and see how we can do this. So we go back to our page, authentication page, and we need to replace this with a certain code. Just wait, I will paste and I will try to explain everything here. So I've replaced this with this code. As you can see, we'll change it to stateful later on when we start to implement this. But for now, just say stateless because we just want to show the design. Now, as I said, we could put as many code as inside here, but good design that we can put whatever inside your body or child in another function, and this function should always return a widget. So scaffold body, it returns this build login, and inside build login it returns this container. So I've put the background white and I'll put this pad 40 pixels, and inside the child, I said the body or child, you should put another function. So I have put another function. With this function, it returns a single child score view, because sometimes when you type into all those text field, that keyboard pop-up might bring some issues with design, so we need to use this single child score view, and I will show you where you can learn it more. When you go back to this single child score view, what did we decide to put single child view as our top to wrap as a content? Is that this view is useful when you have a single box that will normally be entirely visible. For example, a clock face in a time picker. You see that's clock face on time picker. So, but you need to make sure that it can be scrolled if the container gets too small in one axis. So, we sometimes this will be scrolled when you have that pop-up keyboard. That's why we use this single score view. Very useful. Just come and learn more about it and you will understand anything. So as you can see, the rule here is whatever you see chart inside your board, inside of widget, make sure that you create another method. So you should have, sometimes you need to do all, then you have to change into this one. This is very maintainable and understandable. So this inside we have column, as you can see. This are plain a column. So we need a column, then we are going to create, instead of the children, we are set to create logo. There's a function for that, and the login form is a function for that. So logo, we just put this image asset, and we are going to do it. Don't worry. Now you cannot run because you have not do anything for images. There's a means for you to tell Flutter that I have this image, otherwise this image won't appear. So we are going back to this. Let me finish explain. Then you have this function building login form. Building login form, we send everything, okay, and we say child is a building form, and we are going to have this form, and inside the form we have this child column. We could separate this into another function, but I've just said because it's a form, I just said you could even refactor it as you want to create another function that you can navigate and start to see what you can do with it. But for now, let's end up here. Form, children's, widget, building, email field. There is a space here, and that space can be achieved with this size box. Go and learn size box. There's a password, this one, and we did the same. We have this size box which can take the entire space from here to there. Then we create this login button and register button. As you can come here and understand, text, use the text form field. I assume that you know the things from Flutter knowledge of you, and we are going to see how we can implement. They say email, color, password. Make sure that you have this property so that you can add your password, and login button, this is the button, color, and on press we put some logic here, and register button, register. Now let's see what's gonna happen. But before we do that, we need to include this image, otherwise this part won't show up. So to do that, we come to root of application and create a folder, whatever the name we want to give. Let's come to the root of application. So I click out of it, then you create a menu called assets. You can call whatever the name you want. Then inside here, you're going to put a image. Yes, in delivery in Explorer. Yes, so we're going to put the image. Inside here, we're going to put this image. Okay. Now, root of the application, asset, image. Now let's go and enable it. Now, so as this image can be seen, you have to come to pub spec, find something called image this asset, add asset to application, add asset session like this. So you have to comment this, then you have to comment this one also. Here we are going to say asset, make sure whatever is the name you use it, as we use asset, and this thing quiz. Okay, then save. If there will be an issue, this will point. Now there's no issue, so it means that we successful. Now let's go and run our application. So wait, application is running. Wait. Yeah, as you can see, we managed to do it. That's great. Now let's go and finish create application. Create account part. It's very straight. So come here and create another file and record register, whatever the name I want to be. Register page dot then class register. So let me copy some code. I don't want to see me typing because we have already seen what we're supposed to do. So I'll be back once I have some code here. So let's go back to our page. We created this page, and we, as you can see, now we try to keep our view readable. We all put all things crazy right here. So as part of homework, I need you guys to make sure that you refactor this code. I give you 5 minutes to refactor this code and look at what we did in authentication. As you can see, it's very simple and readable. This is messy. So I will copy this. You find this file, and then I want you to refactor this code and look like this one. Okay, give you 5 minutes. So I hope you have already do what you're supposed to do. If not, there's another way you can do it. You can come here and click it, extract into widget or extract to method. So we're going to give name as login, register, then it, as you can see, it change into this one. So we can just give this name underscore, then you come here, wherever you see this, create an, as I say, widget is generic, it's okay, put widget or something. Now come here and start into method, build just okay, widget. Let me find it. So we may come here and we find we have refactor this into readable as what you do, and you may find as a refactor, sometimes you may find this, and why do we change to widget? Because sometimes this can change it to another widget, so it's nice to put in a generic widget, so as once you change it, you won't forget to change also here or having an issue. So it's nice to change it to widget. So make sure that you have this, and we are going to test it. Also go back to our main application, sort of return out, we should return register page, then save, and come and test it. Okay, great. As you can see, we managed to create this one. So we made to create a login page and the creating register page. Now in the coming tutorial, we are going to creating connection between someone can switch from login page to register page, and we can make this form function. So I think you learn something here. So make sure that you come here and you understand, and I'll put this into description. Refine this source code. Don't worry, and make sure that you adapt this method. It's very nice. So in a coming tutorial, we are going to see how we can make this form work, and also we can see how we can switch from one view to another view. So I hope you learned something and always understand that one. Up to that time, bye bye. Hello, welcome back to our course building with Flutter Applications Laravel, and we are still building the application, and today we're starting on navigation menu, and we are starting on dashboard. So navigation menu, dashboard, design. Today we are going to discuss much about design. Before we are going to discuss about design, we are going to link implementation from out page, register page to dashboard. This last tutorial could not do this, so we have to do that before we can continue to design navigation drawer and design navigation view page. So let's get started with this link implementation from our house page or register page to dashboard. So let's get started. So if we remember from our implementation out and register page, and if you go to this button called login button, inside of implementation, check if user successful login. Yeah, we send him to dashboard. So navigator replace push replace named, so we replace this view because we don't want to keep them on stack. If you come from Android programming, you know that this view are put into stacks. So here we don't want to put it into stack. So once someone successful login, we need to put him to dashboard, and you can see we not started any issue. So we're going to design dashboard. Also on replace, so make sure that you have this. This is a link from our out page to our dashboard. So make sure that you have it. So you can copy. So you can copy this and make sure that on register page, if someone successful login, let's go to our button, create account. Let's go back to our, if someone is successful login here, make sure that we put this also. Okay, now I think you're done with start linking from our register page or out page to dashboard. So let's go and create this dashboard here. Dashboard page. Okay, we don't have it here, so come click and come to this page and add it. So extend. So always we start with stateless, and we're gonna change. We can go on successful, but here we're going to start with stateless. So as we can change later on when we change it to stateful widget. So import, now that one, import the material, create, then we're going to create this method. Let's remove it. Yes, copy. We're going to create another class underscore extends state dashboard. Okay, dashboard page. No. Okay, because we say stateless, we check later on. We're going to see how to change it to stateful. So I was jumping to stateful, but let's stick with stateless. Now here, let's say container, scaffold, data, text, my quiz app, and I want a body to contain charge sent. Should be text. Yeah, we just have this very simple. So if someone click, let's go and import this automatically. Make sure that it's there. Okay, if someone successful login, it might be sent here. So let's go and test this. So wait. So as we can see the link from our register page or auth page to our dashboard. So just wait. Okay, take some time. So okay, now let's go and see. John Doe example. Now, if you're successful login, it should be sent to the dashboard. Yeah, you've successfully sent to the dashboard. That's great. Now let's go and see from our auth. Okay. Actually, it'll be the same, so we will see them later on. So after we have seen how to link our auth page to dashboard by using this one here. So if you click a back button, you won't be sent to house page. That's why we use this push replace name. And to show you where you can learn this more. Just wait. So you can come to this link and learn more about the push replace statement named. Actually, replaces the current root of the navigator that most tightly encloses the given context by pushing the root named root name, then dispose of the previous root one once the new root has finished animating. So come and you will learn more about it. It's very nice and very simple. So let's move to another thing. So after you have seen the link implementation from house or register page to dashboard, we are moving to the design and navigation drawer. Now this is an navigation drawer. Okay. if you have ever come across with something, once you click it, you have this list, and you are going to implement this in the coming part. So it's very straight. We're going to have these things. Let's go and design this. Let's go to our code. So let's come to the dashboard page, and the scaffold has got another property called drawer. It's very simple, and we're going to see how we can do it. But before that, we're going to see how was difficult. It's if you're coming from Android programming, you know that it was very difficult for you to create navigation drawer, and it involves a lot of code, a lot of things. But in Flutter in specific, they have simplified this process, and for sure it's very simple, and we can even use it from scaffold. So let's go see scaffold drawer from documentation and see where we can learn more before we continue. But remember, if you always want to use a drawer, make sure that it's coming from scaffold Litigate. Okay, so you are always scaffold Litigate. Now let's go back and see the documentation. So add drawer to the screen. You can find from this link, and it's very simple. You create a scaffold, you add a drawer, you populate drawer with items, close the drawer programmatically. Now let's go and see together. Now we have already seen it, and we have to add this drawer, then draw a drawer widget, then you populate drawer with a list. As you can see, list of views. This one was very simple. Just add a list of views, then you populate them with the information. Very simple. With this list tile, which you're going to use it. Then you can close the drawer programmatically. You may have to close the drawer, use the automatically. Here, you can close it. Though we are not going to close it, we're going to navigate to another. As you're going to see later on, we're going to navigate it to another page. So after that, as you can see, just come to this page and you'll learn a lot. As you see, I did. You put a lot of things here. Okay, list your child. You can put this drawer. A lot of information you can put them if you want to learn more. That's great. Now let's go and implement by ourselves. So we say that we may use this as one of the list. We also come to list type class. There's a single fixed row that typically contains some text as well as reading or drawing icon. So we may going to use this very straight also. We use this reading or type icons or bots. Depend on you. Just come in and you're going to learn a lot. So let's go and implement. So here we're going to have drawer, and drawer have a chart. We're going to have a, for our case, we're going to have a column. You can put a whatever, but we're going to have a column. Okay. Then you're going to have children. We're going to have list tile, and list tile has got title and text here, dashboard, as you to see flow diagram. So we need dashboard, my quiz, settings, and the logout. Okay. So we can also have another list title, my quizzes REST text settings option. Lastly, we are done. Title text out. Let's go and see this on implementation. So to simplify it, we are going to change it from, so as we can now it automatically, then we're going back. Okay, let's go and test it. Okay, after you add draw, you find this automatically, and we can see. Let's try to see this. Yeah, as you can see, we have dashboard, my quiz settings. So let's go and see how we can make them look amazing. So because we have so we have to change this to, we have to add this up bar. It's just a bar, as it can look amazing. And the bar let's come here. Title text. We put a text here later on, but now let's come and see. So after we have put this text bar here, we'll change this to something else later on. Here what we get very nice. Okay, so we could even put a draw header here, but we discussed to put this. So then you have to add the icons here, then there. So let's come to a dashboard. Let's go to add the icon, reading icon. Okay, icons. Let's go back here. Let's try to reload. So sometimes don't need to restart, can just click, press this, and something will happen. So let's finish all the rest. So we have already added this for list, for settings, and for logging out. Let's go and see it. So as you can see, we have managed to create a draw. So it was very simple, and very simple compared to if you could do with normal Android programming. Native Android programming could not achieve this. But there is another method here. Once someone on tap, this was a method called when someone on tap. So if you want to close by on tap, navigator dot pop up context. So once you click this one, it will close it. So of course you can use pop up, but when you click here, nothing happens. But when you click this, we will close it. Okay. And for this case, we can just say navigator dot push named first named context to dashboard. Okay, let's come and see. Very straight, and this was one of the key. Now, once we start implementing, we'll implement the rest of these things by navigating to different pages and also by logging the user logout once we start implement. For now, we just focus on design. Okay, so we can now still link here. Okay, now let's go back to the last part of our design. Last part of design is this one. You should have the list of quizzes, and you're going to link this backend in the coming tutorial. But for now, you should have the list of this card. Let's go how we can achieve this. Actually, what is happening with a drawer? There is this body. Okay, body. If you click anything from the drawer, let's say you click dashboard, it will really put something here, and it means that if you click on my quiz, whatever, you have to put here something on my quiz, as you're going to see it later. So yes, we are going to have that list of card. Now just remove this one. And replace with the following. Before we implemented our body, so there's something we forgot to put here. This was very important if you want to put your, let's say you want to put your trade copyrighted drawer. Like this widget code expand, where you can say to put it very simple, child expand, child, this one offset bottom left down. So after I put that, you can see at the bottom you can put whatever you want to put there from this code. Okay, now let's come here in our body and let's modify something here. As you can see, you have, so for simplicity, we just put this column. So we're going to change them to list view later, because it's very efficient compared to this. It's just design of what we're going to have at the last of our implementation. So you can see we're going to have the list, and this list is a card, color is a deep orange accent, as you can see there. You can change this. Child is container, and we put this list style, reading here, and training text, and the title, subtitle on top. So we are going to implement this in the coming tutorial. We are going to see how we can come up with something good, so as we can see how we can implement this. And that also we have an implementation checklist, as we did in a authentication and registration page. So don't worry, stay with us. Till next time, bye bye. Hello, welcome back to our course building quizy Flutter applications Laravel, and we are still on building the real mobile application, and we started navigation menu in part of dashboard. Lastly, we have seen design. Today we are going to see the coding part, navigation menu, dashboard coding, implementation checklist. Here are the things that we needed to follow to do so as to finish this part. Okay, checks number 1, we're going to fix some issues or bugs that occurred or we have seen, we have overlooked on previous videos before we continue with the rest of this tutorial, because it depends on those changes. So we're going to fix them. Okay, checklist number 2, we're going to review dashboard Laravel API. Checklist number 3, creating quiz dash model class. This class will model data that return from API, as we're going to see API database. So we always model our data which are returned from the database, so it can be used in our Flutter applications. So also we had dashboard method that manage dashboard API in the user model mixing. So we added this new dashboard because we'll be seeing dashboard. So we are going to use a token, stored token, to manage network calls by user HTTP plugin, because dashboard is protected one, and we're going to see how we're going to use a token to access the protected endpoint like this of dashboard. Number 5, we're going to change a dashboard page. If you remember, it was a stateless widget, so we're going to change it to stateful widget because we're going to manage some data and some interactions data is here. Also, we work with a widget like list view because we're going to list our quizzes. Also, we work with circular progress indicator because we will show another way of showing a user feedback when he's requesting data from our API. Also, we'll use card widget for display our quiz detail. And number 7 is where we'll use a scope model dot off, because we'll not use this one to manage the app state and manipulate data around the list view, circular card widget, and circular progress indicator. So we'll see this one by one. So let's get started. So we're going to start with checklist number 1, which is fixing issue bug from previous video before we continue. There are some issues that we need to fix them before we continue. So let's go and fix them. Okay, firstly, let's go to our main dot. Let's go to lib main.dat, and we need to change this from dashboard because here we are going to interact with our login, so we need to change it to house page. So don't leave with the way it is. That's first change. Second change, we are going to our scope model mixing. Yes, let's go to our token, the way we save our token. As you remember, and I'll show you that this token is not as inside of object user, it was outside of the thread user. Let's go and see it. So if you see, we can see that inside this object, token and user were separate, not as token inside as this has a field. So make sure that you go and correct this. So just remove this. This will bring us into problem. Okay, so make sure that you do that, so as you can get the real token here. That one you will always get null. And if you remember from the previous video, we said that we'll use a model progress add that we manage as a way to feedback the user that we are requesting or making network request. So let's go back to our pages. This one, we said that this model, let me find it, model progress, if I can get it here. This model should be inside of our scaffold, not so it should be inside of our scaffold, should be the root here. So let's come and change this one, if you remember it well. So the best way to do is coming here and we can take this out. Okay, just take it out, cut, okay, and then say body build, build login. So it should be login here. Then we need to change this, so scaffold, to make sure that it is inside the scaffold. Let's remove this one and take this, put it here. Okay, let me see if it's okay. So it should be inside the scaffold body. Then you do this, as you're going to see as instructed on it. It is API documentation. So as you can see, it's inside the scaffold. This is what you have supposed to do, as you have seen it here. So make sure you're going to correct this so as you can experience good. Let's go back to our register. Also, we need to correct this. Find it here, progress. Now we do the same here. So let me do it, then I will show you, or just do it and then we're going to see together. So finally we have managed to change it. So this should be inside your board of, that's what the changes needed to do. Now there is another one which, because we're going to do this dashboard, you need also to change it in our dashboard API. So let's go back to our dashboard API and change it. This should be the last. So if you see, if you come to dashboard API, yes, API controllers, and you come to this dashboard function, you're going to see that if there's nothing really, that we just return an array. This is not one, because it will be in return them as a object, JSON object. So we need to change it to JSON object here. So change it to JSON object. Before that, we're going to see what it looks like if you're not changing it, and which will bring some issues when you start to convert or just working with it in Flutter. Okay, if you have not fixed that issue, it's look like sometimes if results are published, we see it this way, and if not results are published, it's also very difficult from the point of Flutter or that to work with this, because this is list and this is map, so it's very hard to model this. So the best way to make sure that this is map and this is map, not as a list. Now let's come into our code and change this and cast this to object. This will be very simple. So now let's come here and test it and see what will happen. And this is what will happen. This is map, this is map. This is nice to work from that and in Flutter. These were the issues that we need to fix before we continue. So make sure that we fix, and always remember to find the issues is common. That's the way to learn new things. So don't always allow this issue to appear, so as you can learn more and more. The way you fix things is the way you understand things. So let's go back to our checklist and see the next checklist. So after we have fixed the issues from our previous videos, Now we are moving to review dashboard Laravel API, and here we're going to review what you need to interact with and what you need to know so as we can come up with nice design before we can create a quiz dash model class and continue the rest of it. So let's come back to our Laravel API. So make sure that you come to this endpoint, documentation, and if you have a postman, make sure that you go to a postman. Okay, but we are working on Swagger because it's giving a documentation and the means of testing it compared to postman. So if you work with postman, it's okay. Now here is where we are going to work in. We're going to work with dashboard, and dashboard it always receive a token, and means to get this token is by come here, and I think I've already explained, and putting the email and the password, and you will get this token. And I've corrected that user and token are in a different level. Token is not inside a user object, so make sure that you correct it. Then once you get this, you come up to your dashboard endpoint, and you put it here because this is the way it will, as you can see here, it appends this, and that's how it's going to calling it, and once it's calling it, it's returning this data. So as you already seen, make sure that you have this and you already reviewed it. Let's go and see the next checklist. Next checklist is very easy. We just have to create quiz dash model as we did on user model. Build the class model, which always this class will map the result which are coming from our endpoint database, so as we can work with them easily compared to just using them from our endpoint. So always creating this kind of classes that will map the feed result from API to our class. Now let's come and work with this checklist. Now we are going to create this quiz dash, and we're going to map that one. Let's go. So always before that you have to have an idea of what you're going to create by coming and look at this. Actually, you're going to map this part because this is what you want, not data or like what we did in authentication. We just map user, and if there are some data also, we work with them. So we're going to map with this one, quiz dash, because this is the details that are obtained from the quiz. So come here and on your model, create another class, and we call it quiz dash. Now class quiz dash. Now final int id, final, let's come and see what you have. Quiz name, string, quiz name, and what just do you have? Description, final, string, description, final. See what else do you have here? Questions number. How many questions? This must be integer. Questions. Let's say questions number. And lastly, we want to have this map, which is a result map. So final map string. Just dynamic because it can be string, can be number, can be any other data type. We call the result. Okay. You need to initialize them because we set them to be final. and we need to make a named parameters as we did last time when we were working with user model. Now we are done with this one. Checklist, going to see the coming next checklist. I'll come here and format. Okay, Control Shift. It's Control Shift. Shift Alt F to format your code. Now save. So we're moving to checklist number 4, where we are going to add dashboard method. That means dashboard API data in a user model mixing, and they will use that stored token to make a network call with it, because this dashboard API is protected, and I think we've already seen how to access a protected endpoint using the token. So let's go and see it. So let's come to our, let's close this one. Let's come to our user mixing, and we are going to create a method here, and this is Fuchsia, because make a intent call map, need to predict, it should return in map and dynamic, and we're going to call it dashboard async. Okay, now we are going to get a stored token. Actually, there's two ways we can use this method, but let me show how we can use this method, or we can use another method. Now to use this method, it's very straight. You just set because it returns string here, it's a string token is equal to await get token. Now from here you already get this token, so you can either use this method, or you can use this method, or you can use this normal way. So I prefer use this normal way, but you can use that one which I've already shown you. Then if you want to get that one, you're going to use our HTTP client, use our HTTP plugin, start with HTTP .get. Now we're going to use our API base from above, this one. Let's take it. Then plus our dashboard. This type should be called token. So you have this little string. Get string. We're going to get this token. And because this is let's say var response is equal to await. Let's make an internet connection 8. So I'll just comment another way to get token from the method get token. So I can get auto token as say token string token is equal to await get token. So let's use this or with that one. It's okay. Now here if response status code is equal to, so we're going to deal with here. So if the status is 200, you get the body, and this body is from this one. This is the data returned. Okay. Now if it's data's length, it doesn't have anything, just say true and just return 0. Also we get that quizzes here, okay, and return false if there is an issue. So we have done with this checklist. Let's go and check another checklist. Checklist number 5 is to change dashboard page from stateful widget to stateful. So let's go and see it. Let's save this and format, Shift F. Nice. Let's come to our dashboard page. Let's come and format it. Nice. Look nice. Now let's come here and change it from stateless to stateful. I always encourage you to start stateless to stateful. It's nice. If the widget or page doesn't maintain any state, we can leave it stateless. But if it manages status, what we're going to manage here, we need to change to stateful. Now let's come here and cut this and change it from stateless to stateful. And the other methods we need to override it here. And we have to remove this and change this to dashboard page. And we need to create this class here, class underscore dashboard page extend state dashboard page. Then we need to that one format. Let's come and see what we just said. So we have managed to change it from stateless to stateful. So let's go to see another checklist. So after we have gone through changing the dashboard page from stateless to widget to stateful widget, now we are moving to working with widget. Here we are going to see how we can use REST view, circular progress indicator, and record widget to deal with this dashboard. So we can make our dashboard look good and implement what we're supposed to do. Then we will remove with other part like code model. This we have not seen yet, how to manage data using this code model of. Now let's go and see it. So let's start with our body. Lastly we said that we use this column, so just remove, we no longer use column. We're going to create another method here, building a dashboard. This method, and we are going to create it here. Let's create it somewhere. Let's come and create a method. Okay, let's find it where it is, and this method should return a widget. Now we're going to use view. Okay, now let's go and see it. So our dashboard will return list of view if there's data there, if there's quizzes. If there's no quizzes, it will return another widget. So before that, we need to have data, because the list view builder needs data. So let's go and see first the documentation on list view builder before we can move on. On documentation, we have this link which works with a long list. So they said that the standard list view constructor works well for small list. If you have very small list, we can use it. To work with a list that contain a large number of items, it's best to use the list builder constructor. So I think we should use this one, and compared to this, sometimes we have many list of quizzes users have to attempt. So it's very nice to use this list builder. So, but this list builder normally it's data source, and data source we have them because they're coming from our API, and we have to convert the data source into widget. Then from there you complete the example by see here list view builder needs item count, how many item you have, and the object item widget that you want to show. So for our case, let's go and implement this. We need to get data. We need to get the data which are returned from our API as this application start. Likely, we have a method we need to override here. This method is called init state. This is where we want to get data as our application start. So how can we get our model, that app model, from inside this method? Likely we have seen we can get model use scope model descendant, but this is a widget. Now there is another way which I have not seen to get it, is use scope model of. Okay, now app model. Okay, now this should be context. Should be context. Okay, context is global here, and we need it to scope. It should be a scoped model. We should import it, and from here we can now get a dashboard. Okay, and then here. So I urge you, if there is a means to use async, I don't know, I've not yet worked with it, but we try to use it. If it won't do what you're doing, we change it. Then instead of use dash, we just say result. Okay, we're going to get results here. From here, we're going to set our state, and we need to use a weight here because it's a Fuchsia. So this is green way to result. Now we are going to set some variables here so as we can incorporate them here. Now first of all, we need to set some. We need to have this loading for user feedback. Ball is loading. Is loading. Sorry, is loading. And it should be false. Okay, and we're going to have other variable here. We're going to have these other variables: result, quizzes, this list of quizzes, and this data. Now let's come here and make sure that we say result is equals result, and that's good because this is the result we are coming from our database. Okay, now we will need to populate this because we're making internet call. We need to set here state that our is loading, so it's true because we're making internet. Then here inside is loading is false. It's just meant for UI. Now let's go and populate our result here. Now we need to get data, will be data, then for each data, because here in our dashboard we return data and data return quiz. So it means that this data is not this data we see here. It's another data which we customize ourselves here inside our dashboard. So make sure that don't confuse this one with this one. This is already filter data. So we have already gone up to inside here. So this data we are talking about is this one. Okay, so don't confuse it. So we after that one we get this data from this filter, then we for each we get result, and we create this class and we add it. So at the moment here we are already having this, and this just means of getting this data as we have just put them here. And this data we're talking about is coming from our model, which is here. We're talking about this one. So let's move on. Now let's come to our building dashboard, which is what you have just seen. You have just seen it here. That now let's come in and do something. Now our result, which is coming from this one data, and if you remember, just say underscore data, which let's come on result, sorry, come here and see this one. Okay, and this is here the result, the whole result we are getting from. Okay, it means that this one or this or that one. Now it's the result which you are getting here. If it having this false, it means that error or anything bad happened, you will bring back to our authenticated page. This is also we have to say this up if the data inside it length is equal to 0, there's no any quiz, we just welcome to unless as always we're going to have this container which is padding 10, and you have this list user which contain user. This is what you're going to do, create it here soon. And item count, it takes us data length. Okay, let's move into this one, which is you're going to have our card widget. So after we have seen list view widget, we're going to see our card widget. Our build a single dashboard item is as we have seen it here, that after we have this list view, we need to have this method which accept building context and the index. So we are going to have this quiz from the above information. This is our information we got, all this one is a list of quizzes, and we get in this position index and result. It means that we go inside it and we get the result. If the result is empty, by means that if this result is empty, this one, it means that we need to do this quiz is the results are not yet out. So let's come back here. So we need to create a column and we need to have this card inside. Then you have to see it here. If it's empty, then it doesn't have it, means the color is orange, as the color is black if the right result. And then in container, we're going to have this tie, paste tie. Reading, if it's empty, we're going to have this icon of list. Otherwise, we're going to have this icon of not right. Okay, and the tray, if it's empty, we just say starting quiz. If it's not, view result. It's the means of interchanging. Now from there, we are going to have this. If it's not, the result is there, we're going to print them here. And on top, whatever, if it's empty, means that when someone taps this, we're going to implement start quiz in a coming tutorial. And if it's not, you're going to view it. So this was very straightforward. Now one thing we need to do is make sure that, because we said loading, we need to have another method here which checks. Come down, let's close this one, close this one here on the body. Now if it's loading, let's check is loading. If it's loading is true, we need to have this build loader method, or we're going to do it. Now we need to have this method created. This must be a method here. Must be an issue. Let's come here. Wait. Yeah. Should be read get, and this one should return. We need to center this. Chart, need to center circular progress indicator, and you run this as a create circular progress indicator. So if now let's come here, if there must be an issue to remove it, because it's a ternary operator. That was this. I need to remove that to this. Okay, now let's go and test our code. So at the end, we are going to have something like this. Let's go and test our code. Okay. Okay. So we got error, and it's common to get error. And this error, they said that in return a Fuchsia must be a void method without a sync keyword. So we needed to change this one. I thought it works, but not working. There's no such a thing. So we need to remove this one, and we need to remove this one also. And you should stay with. Sometimes it's okay to get your error. It's another way of learning something. Now we need to use this normal way here. Then we are going to take all this inside, cut, and put them here, then format. Now here we are okay. So there's no such a thing here. So we have learned that we cannot use async on init method. Okay, that's good. Let's go and test again. So it's okay to run. So never use async on init state. It's not allowed. Now wait. I was almost forgotten also now. We need to change it from, because if you are making query, need to set true. Okay, so as you can see the way it is. Now let's go and test it here. Okay. So let's come and test. So, as you can see that loading. It's loading, and we have seen it. This one and this one start in view, and this is coming from this one here. Let's go back to dashboard. Yeah. Yeah. It depends on the results. So you can see results, and if you have result, and you can also see if you don't have it, start. If you have it, and start quiz and view quiz, depends. So next time we're going to start with start quiz here. When someone tap it, yeah, start quiz. But I hope you've learned something, and if there is any, if there's no any data, it will just print. Welcome to my quiz, and you have already seen those loaders, those for user feedback that we're making in internet connection query. So next time when we start working with start quiz, where we display quiz and user can do that quiz. Till that time, bye bye. Hello, welcome to our course Building Quiz Flutter Applications Laravel. And today we are going to see this part called start quiz, the one which you have left last time. So start quiz design review. In this part, we're going to see the design review, and the coming part, we are going to see how we can implement this start quiz part. So before we continue, we should have this plugin called Flutter Form Builder. This plugin is one which you are going to use to create our form inputs. So let's go and see it. So Flutter Form Builder, you just come to this link or search it on Google, Flutter Form Builder. This is a package that used to create our forms, and is the one which simplify things and reduce the error point needed to build the form, validate fields, and react to the change and record the value of the form in the form of a map. So this is very nice plugin, and we are going to use this one. Adding some stuff here before we can proceed with the rest of our parts. But you just come here and learn. It has almost all the form input widgets here, which are needed and are used in Flutter. And this one are simplified compared to the ones which you can use from Flutter. So I come here and learn some stuff here. That's good documentation. and on how to use it. So let's go and install this before we can implement this part. Now come here and click installing, and grab this dependence, then open your text editor and come here and copy below these dependencies, below as a dependency, and save it. Automatically your text editor will detect it and will install it. But if it could not detect, you could just come here, grab this command, come to a project root, directory root, and run this command. So after that, we have already installed this. We'll come later and discuss on how to implement some of the input we get from Flutter Form Builder. But for now, let's continue the rest of more design review and see what you're going to implement. So as we can know what we are using from this form builder input we get. So let's go and see it. So after I've already installed the Flutter Form Builder plugin, which we'll be using for form input, let's go and see a design reviews of our static quiz from what we have left in last time when we were discussing about dashboard. Actually, this is what we left last time when we implement dashboard. So we are going to start with start quiz. If you have some quiz you need to implement, you need to start implement this. And as you can see here, we will see how we can link this to this page later on when we start implementing this. But once someone clicks start quiz, it will be moved to this link, this page, where you find the form, and you are going to implement this form input widget by using form builder. So this, as you can see, is radio button, and this is checkbox. So we are going to see how we're going to implement this form from our API, so as we can come up with this kind of dynamic form where these questions are coming from APIs, and you are going to see how we can do this, because these are not pre-made or predefined questions. These questions are coming from our API. So we are going to learn something on how to use a question which are already made from API and display them here. Okay, now I think till next time when we start implementing this, we will learn a lot of things. Now till that time, bye bye. Hello, welcome back to our course building crazy Flutter applications Laravel. We are still on building really mobile application, and we are still on this part, start quiz, and today we are going to see the implementation. Here is a start quiz implementation checklist that we are going through this part. Checklist number 1, we are going to create start quiz page, and it should be a stateful widget. Checklist number 2, we are going to link start quiz page from dashboard using navigator class. We have not yet used this direct, like what you have been seeing. It was that we are utilizing the root. So today we are going to see another way of using this navigator class. And checklist number 3, static quiz Laravel API review. We are going to review what you want to utilize from this API of start quiz. Number 4, we are going to pass data from the parent widget, which from the dashboard page, to the child widget, which is the start quiz page. And number 5, we are going to learn to request start quiz Laravel API data inside our init state in start quiz page, which is the stateful widget. Number 6, we are going to work with API data in start quiz view using the Flutter form builder and scoped model plugin to bring the desired output. We're going to see how we can use data from our Laravel API. So as you can build a form using the Flutter form builder and manage your data state with scope model. And number 7, we are going to implement the quiz attempt submissions. So as once we have this form with populated with this data from Laravel API, we are going to see how we can submit that and use the scope model to accomplish it. Then we are going to test the final implementation. So let's go and check one after another. So let's start with this one, create static quiz page, and it should be a straightforward get. So let's go and start this. So open your text editor, and here the last time we left, and this is what we left last time. When someone clicks this start here, it should send him to another page. So let's go and create that page. Now come to your page, folders, and create a new file and say start quiz page .dat. Now let's go and create that class that start quiz page, and this should extend stateful. So no default to start stateless, because we already know that this page gonna utilize the state, so it's better to continue the stateful with get. Now we're going to create override a method here, and inside here we're going to create chosen okay. And we are going to create this class extends state to be start quiz page, and we should override the method here. For now, let's go and create a container. This container chat registry center, and we are going to call text set start quiz page. Let's go and format it. Shift RTF. Okay, now after we create this, let's go and check another checklist. After I've created a start quiz page and is stateful widget, we are going to see how to link start quiz page from the dashboard using navigator class. So let's go and see this. So there is this documentation, you can find it on the internet, which is state how to navigate to the new scene and back. So most apps contain several scenes for display different types of information. For example, an application might have a scene that displays product. When a user taps the image of product, a new screen displays detail about the product. So to navigate to the new scene using this class, and there is methods which you can use, like navigate to the second scene from this first root of first scene, and second root is navigate back to the root, as you can see. Now navigate to the second scene using navigator push. To switch to the new route, use navigator push, and it's a method push add a route to the stack of route managed by the navigator. When the route comes where does the root come from, you can create your own using this, or using material page root, which is useful because it translations to the new root using platform specific animations. So this is a way to navigate to the second root. So if you don't know anything about navigator, you just come here and learn. And there is this class where you learn a lot of about how you can navigate to another. It's very straightforward. Now let's go back to our code and see how we can navigate from our dashboard to this new page. Now let's go and see it. So make sure that you created this static quiz page, and it should be stateful right now, and we don't have more information rather than having a widget just displaying static quiz page. Now let's go back to our dashboard, and this is the place when once we tap this, we need to navigate through this new page. Now let's go and see it. Now, as we have seen here, how to navigate from one page to another, we can just copy this. It's straightforward. Okay, you can just copy it, or I will show you how you can do it. Now let's go and show it. Let's come here and create a navigator class, and we have this method called push. This will push this into the root stacks, as you have already seen, and this, it receives context, and I think we have this context already, and the new route. Now this new route, as the documentation says, we need to either to use this, as I said here, to use the push method add routes to the stack route managed by navigator. Where does the route comes from? You can create your own this route, or you can use navigator page routes. Okay, so because we don't manage this into our routes here, and because we cannot, it's inside our dashboard, and the nature of because we need to pass data from a dashboard to start quiz page, it's very sometimes hard to list it here. So let's go with another way. Now here we're going to create this new material page route. So let's come here and see what does the guy implement. Here it is. So we're going to create this very straight. So just say material route page route, and this normally receive builder, and this builder, and this builder receive a context, builder context, and then okay, I'll just format it, Shift Alt F. Then inside our method is where we are going to return start quiz page. Now this is another way of navigating from this dashboard to start quiz. Now let's go and test this. Now let's go and see here. Once someone clicks this, navigate to this page, and it's just start quiz page. Let's go back here and see what you're going to do. Okay, it's start quiz page, and I think it should be something else which it's very high. So let's go and fix this. So it's going to go back to, but we can click here back and return back, because this push navigation, it will put this in a stack, so we can navigate back. So let's go and modify this before we can move to another checklist. So come here, I think we should take this out, and I think we should return a scaffold. So scaffold of this app, and this one, let's go to title, and we say text, Start quiz page, and the body, so we're going to fix this container, and should be center, and chart should be text, it should be start quiz page. Now let's go and format it. Shift Alt F and save. Let's go back and test it. So let's go and see if someone clicks here and navigate. So after we have modified it, now we have something nice where we can use this navigation back. So let's go and see the following checklists. Next, after we have linked the start quiz page from the dashboard using navigator class, we are going to start reviewing our quiz API, start quiz Laravel API review. So let's go and see this. So we are going to review our start quiz API, Laravel API. So open your Swagger, or if you have a Postman, it's also going to see it, but we are going to use this one because it can act as the documentation, same time it can act as a means of testing. Now you will find this quiz start ID, which is silver ID, and this is where we are going to have those list of questions. List of the questions from the quiz, so someone can attend. Now let's go to see. It receives the ID and it's also token. Now let's go back to our dashboard and let's first log in here. So let's try. Now we're going to put johndoe@example.com and ID and password as one. Let's go and execute to get in the token. Now here's the token. You have to collect this token. Okay, copy it. Now let's go back to our dashboard. Our dashboard, you already receive a token after someone has logged in. Let's go to see the list of quiz the miners. So you can see there are this quiz number 8, which is the same as this one, and you are going to see the details, how many questions and the other detail related to this one. So we need to get this question ID, which is number 8, and let's come to our quiz start, take this, and we should try here. Quiz ID is number 8, and token should be pasted on which we have it, and then start executing it. Here's the detail. As you can see, we only have 2 questions. As you can see, we have quiz detail, which is question number 8, and quiz number 8, some details, and details we are going to see. We have this question ID 8, but it's question number 1, and this is the information. The category is single. It means that we only need to choose one among all the possible answers, which is this answer. And question number 10 is multiple, means that we can choose as many answers as possible. So as you can see, this is the data that we're going to use to display them to our starting page view. So I think you have already seen how, and you have reviewed this quiz start ID. So till next time when we start working on it. So let's move to another checklist. Now after we have seen and review our start quiz Laravel API, we are going to learn how to pass data from the parent widget to the child widget. So coming back to our text editor here, we need to pass some data from this dashboard, actually at this item this specific item list. I mean this. There can be as many as possible, but this is specific. We need to pass data to our page, this page. So let's see how we can do it. Now let's come to your page, and you have to pass ID and the other information. Let's see what other information we're going to pass it. So we need to pass three information. We need to pass a quiz ID, we need to pass a quiz name, and we need to pass a model, this app model. Now, how to pass the data from our dashboard page to this one? Okay, now we are going to create first inside our static quiz page. Should any constant should be allowed to take this as this suggest. Let's say create a constructor with these informations. Okay, now let's go back here inside our quiz. Now here, because this is the one which is code, not here, should not create constructor here because this is the one which is code. Now come inside here and create this information. Now come here, status final int quiz ID final string quiz name and final app model, because we want to use this information later on. Now let's go and create as it suggests here, create constructor, this one. Okay, now I just import. Okay, now save. So we need to pass this information here. Okay, now let's see how we can get this information. Now if you have, let's come here and pass this information. Now we have this quiz indexed. Let's come here. Okay, ID. Okay, then you come here and pass quiz name, and let's come to this point mode. What we're going to get this mode. Let's go and see it. So still we get this issue. I think that we need to modify our constructor here. So let's come here and make it easy. Now let's come first of all, make this to private using this. Then we're going to create our start constructor, and this constructor should not be named. I just say this dot quiz, this dot quiz name, and this dot mode. So go back here and it's everything okay. Now we need to know how to get this mode. Now I've already shown you how to get this model inside a chart. Now you can either put this widget, let's see which one, this card widget, and we call them under scoped model descendant, where we are going to get this easy. So let's go and do that, so as we can get this model from this scope model. So, or we can get it directly using the scope model of, just say app model, then you get it, then you pass it here. So either you can use this one, or you can come here and make sure that this column or this is, especially this one, is inside the scope model descendant. So whatever the way it will do the job. Now let's take this one because it's a bit smart. Okay, now so we have learned how to pass data from this parent to this chart using the constructors. Now our issue is how to get this information inside our state, because this is where all the widgets are managed, not here on a stateful. So how can you get this inside here? Now to get this inside here, before I can continue, is with a global variable called widget. So to get any information or class, sorry, method or field inside the here state class, we use this widget. So once you say widget dot, so let's come here, let me show you. Let's come inside of this build method. If you want to get any information, this information here, we can use widget dot. You see all other field from stateful available through this widget, and I will show you where to learn this more. So for instance here, stateful widget, there's this method. How to get this method inside here? You see this guy said, you just say widget dot and change. Okay. So there are a lot of active. There is a lot of information which you can get. For instance, this active, this one, are available through widget. So this is the way to get data from your widget, stateful widget inside your state class. So let's move to the next checklist. So in the next checklist, you are going to request or start working with a start quiz Laravel API by requesting it inside your init state. And if you have already seen the previous tutorial, said init state is where all the method code once this class is started or is booted. So let's go and utilize that here. So start inside our class, start with init, because this is where we have all means of managing our state. Init state. Okay. Okay. Now let's go and initialize some variable, and we're going to explain them. So we are going to have is loading, and because we are going to request, or we will use this one because we interact with HTTP plugin for just a user experience to just showing the users that we are doing some network calls. And the same as this testing load and the refresh dashboard, this flow means of no, actually not refresh dashboard. The refresh dashboard is start quiz, refresh our page. Let's call this refresh page. If you've seen the demo, we use this one to refresh our quiz start quiz page, and this is the data we receive from database API call. So let's go and put some information here. Start calling start quiz Laravel API here. Okay, now we are going to get this by, as we have already seen in that one. Unfortunately, we don't have this start quiz, and this is one we are going to start working on the quiz mixing. So we are going to start working on the quiz mixing soon, and it should be also one of the checklists, so I've forgotten. So let's go and do this mixing so as we can fix this one. So we get this quiz ID from this guy, then we set loading, then we request this one. Now let's go and create a quiz mixing. Come here, scope, create a quiz mixing separate from what you have already seen. So quiz model dot that, so class quiz model, put class such as this is mixing quiz model on model. So let's go import, and let's come to our app model and add this quiz model. Okay, now inside here we're going to have this method. So come here, set future should return map string dynamic and it should be integer quiz ID async is for down return our empty map. Now let's come back here, as automatically is resolved. So here we are going to use our endpoint to fetch data. So you'll use this endpoint to fetch data, this one, so as you can show them here. So let's go back and implement this. So this is, first of all, we get the preview, shared preference from this import. Then we have this one, which is coming from this endpoint. Then we use HTTP, this one, make sure that we import it. Then we use token here, then this one. Okay, this must be look like this here. Then we get to the body with data, which is string, as you can see it here, data, string and dynamic. Then we go with this data quiz details. This is the details that we're going to, we all need this, which is the array. Okay, and this inside our quiz dynamic list, as you can see here, it has a lot of information here. And dynamic, we could even just say map, collection of map. Actually it's a collection of map, so we could even say map of string make. Okay. But if you can even say this or that, so you can stick with this one. So once we get this from this one, we pass it from this dashboard ID, whatever the information from this item in this item. Then once we get that one, we get the we make a call. Then so we can even come here and let's add this, which is read get. You can still get read get inside here. It quiz ID to string. So as you can see how we can pass this information from our dashboard, this one to this one. Now let's go and test it. So as we have seen here, it means that we pass ID from this dashboard to another. So you can see start number 8. Okay, let me see. I think there's an issue. Okay. Number. Sometimes you need to read this. Set 5 this one, and because it's come to this. Okay, and enter the information. So for any reason, I don't know why did I put this here. So we should remove this from first, then put it here. Quiz. So shall we state it here? Then we import this. This come to text this one, switch not having cut. Paste them and go back to app. Text this. So when we correct that one. Okay. As first second, we should come to our for whatever the reason, I don't know why it keep on saying that we need to stick with this one. So just leave the way it's supposed to be. Now let's come to our quiz page and leave the way it is. I don't know why. No reasons. Let's just keep on telling that we should put this one. So let's go and test it. So as you can make sure that we don't have any issue right now. Okay. So we managed to fix that issue. I don't know why, for some no reason. So we managed to fix the issue. So we are done this milestone. Next, let's move to next milestone. So checklist number 6, work with API data and start quiz view using form builder and the scope model plugin to bring the desired output. Now let's go and see this. So after we have already seen how to request start quiz Laravel API and get the data inside the init state, now let's go and start working with those data. Now working with this data is like find the way to work with this. Find the way to work with our widget. Now let's go back to our widget. Inside of this, we should remove this, and we should have that model progress because we need this one. and inside you should have in cycle, and this we're going to have this loading, and lastly we are going to work with charge. Now in charge is where we are going to work with a lot of issues, so let's come and populate some code here. So we are going to say if we skipping, if the loading is this one, we have already finished loading. Loading is where we are going to get this status, otherwise we are keeping having this empty container. Now let's going to create this. So this get. I'm just going to put some data. Actually, this is what you are building our form. So we're going to have this form. So we need to import this from builder, and we need to create this key. Let's come back and create this key. So if you come back to our form builder documentation, you may see the usage here. We need to have this global key which is store our form state. Take this and come to our state, then add this, and this should come here. Now we have this column inside the auto validate. Inside the this is where we are going to make our. So the best way is to pass this here. So as from here build we can create, or we can create it here. This list of get list single. This is the way we can create form dynamically because we don't know them. So we can create this list because column receive list feed get, and this is for scoring, and background is right. We give the value of this one, and I'll use our form builder, this one, and it's very straight as it states here. If you have initial value, you can put the same here, but we don't have initial value this time here. And this is attribute, and every form builder input you get should have this attribute. This is very important. As you can see, you can put this and you go on. So here you are going to see what you're going to put here because they are the main as possible to be here. So after we have this one, we add this. We check if it's not loading, it means that you have data. You have this index from 0. Then we go through each of these details inside. Then we get this widget, which is card widget, and inside we're going to put this body. This is where we're going to have these questions, and this is where we're going to see this one. And after that, after we have added that one, we keep on the index. Then we complete with the submit. So this is what you are going to have. So this is what we are trying to have here. This is a list of questions, and you are going to try to create this card. You want to see this card, you're going to create this card, and inside you are going to build this, as you're going to see. And this one down is this one with the get. Now from there we get this list of question where we are already will be already forming this form builder or form builder automatically, as you can see it here. So we get this data from container, then we get this import as you have seen it here. We go through, then we go. So now let's go and see how this look like. This is our building question body, and it receives this dynamic data. This dynamic data, as you can see it here, let me forward it. And as you can see it here, it's coming from this data D, and data D is this one. Or so we have this photo locations, we have a question photo location, category, body, number, and the possible answers, as you can see them here. Okay, let's go back here, and we are going to receive this here, and once we receive that one, we're going to get this data question, question photo location as a location, and we're going to have this form builder field option, and we're going to get the answers. Okay, now from there we are going to, for each answers, and make them as a form field option. You can get this from builder Flutter options. You're going to learn a lot of things. These are just options because you might have as many as possible. So this, knowing if it is single or multiple, it will be defined by the form. But to have this is the code form builder field option, these ones, and we are making them here as the answers. Go through the answers. Now we are going to check if it's single. If it is single, we know that we're going to have these top questions. Top questions is this one up, and now we can go through it here very straight. We have text, number, and we have this another text body. So we have this one as this one, and we said it should be low. Let's go this way, and I start closest and start and center, as you can see, and the children's are these ones. The first one is this. Let's give a space a bit, and we have this body. Okay, now let's go back here. So it means that you have this column, like this is the top one, and then you're going to have these fields. And if we have photo, to contain photo, we're going to build a photo here, and this photo is taking this sketched network image, and we are going to add this plugin. Okay, so this is if there's no photos at the moment, it's just showing loading. Otherwise, you're going to have, if there is error, we're going to put error, and if there is image, it's nice for network images. So I will show you this soon. Let's finish that. Then if nothing at all, we just show nothing. Like here we don't have image, so we show nothing, empty container. Else we show, because single we need to have multiple form builder radio buttons. This is what is single. Now we give this attribute unique, because we have to must have this unique attribute, should be always be unique. And the options, we have this them here. Okay, then on change we just print whatever is here. Okay, then and we are done. else for multiple, it's the same. We have this top. We initially don't have anything. It's formed by checkbox and the option. Then we have this one. From there we'll be having already this part done. We come and close this and this, and we already have this part. Now let's go and see. Just going to add this plugin. So come to this sketch network image, and you'll see this one. We need to add it, or whatever the method you have. This is in case we end up we don't have. In case it's rise, because it will take some time. You may have this placeholder, and in case you not find it image, you could have nice placement compared to this one, which sometimes very hard to do what you have to do. So you come here and run. So let's come here and grab this, and let's go and install it. So go back to our project, this one, and put it, save. So it will take time. In case you could not have this, you could come here and at the root of project and run this command, and it will be install this one. Then after that, I think everything is okay. You should go back to our and import it. Straightforward, right? We have it. So this is the means. Let's go back to our, in case we have a question, and this is the way to check if it is null, false, or anything from this photo here. And in case we see that there's nothing, we have first this top, go that and that one, and so we'll be having this part finished. Okay, so this part will be finished. This one, form, contain. Let's go on and see what else we can be doing here. So let's see how it look like on our emulator. So far what you have been implemented. Let's see what you're having, and we're going to see it, review it again together. So if you're finding error with some no reason, I encourage you to use the same version as I use. Just don't use the current versions. So try to use this version at this time. This issue was fixed. So in case you found any issue, make sure that you use this version. And let's see. Okay. So I think there is an issue with this plugin. Either we need it to, let me see again. So I think there are some issues with this package, and we need to go here and see what must be the issue. So we need to open and come to this and see what must be the issue. Okay, let's open this project and see what must be the issue. So make sure that you navigate to this path. You may get different path. So navigate to this path and try to find what must be the issue. So let's then try this. So make sure that you go to where it's located. You come here, host it, and look for your plugin. This must be my plugin. This one, and select. So as you can see, it states that some packages are outdated. Would you like to get them? So let's try to get them. It takes some time. So as we can resolve this issue, because this issue are coming from this. So I try to get them and try to fix. So as you can see, it started resolving the issues. Just wait. And maybe I'm not resolving. Okay. So finally I came to realize that is a version issue with Flutter. So once you said it was this way, so it will always pick the latest. So just remove it, and you are going to. This was the issue. It's a version. I don't know what the issue. So you might even work at the moment you test this with the latest issue, latest version of Flutter form builder. But on my versions, I had to put this one so as to resolve the issue. So finally, I could get this, and let's try. So once we have tested that, we come across this one. So it was very straightforward. Now we want to, let's go back here. So let's go and see what we have started. So let's explain it. We started with this. If we loading data, we are going to load that. Yes, we are going to start with this building container. Let's go to building container. That is, we find this list, this ones. Then if we have finished loading, we take all the data, this data coming from the API, for each. Then we add them to card. This is our card, as you can see. Then we add this body, and we add this at the end. We add this submit, and we have this submit, which we're going to see it soon here. At the time the user submit. Then body. Yes, the body. The body is straightforward. We go each of the map. We have this form builder field option as a list. This is the same as these ones, and we add them, and we add this top. This top is low. This one. So before you come up with implementation, you should always think on how you can end one item after another. These are ended as a list of widget, and inside of this we have this top, and we have this other stuff. So it depends on you on how you can end. Now we have completed this checklist. Let's move to next checklist. So let's print and try to see what you are getting here. At the moment this user save. So at the moment user save, you're going to get this answer in this type. Question number 9. This was the answer provided, and it's good like that one. As you can see, question number 10, we provided 2 answers. So let's go and try to see. Now we go for each of, we're going to get these keys. It means that we're going to get this one. Then we get this ID number. Now for each of this data returned from our API, we use that ID, whatever the ID is passed here, and we are going to see if this ID is equal to whatever we are finding here in the category. Then we are going to get the answers. We're going to map the answers here, and here once you get that one, you're going to get the answers from this, and also here you're going to see this answer and the answers. Okay, now if present, it means that whatever was provided there was going for each first where until you get these possible answers. Okay, possible answers for in case it is multiple, because you get many, and for single you also find the answers. You go through answers here, answers provided, you get the answers. This you get the answers, you get the answers, then we check if these answers are there, whatever, then we add it here, then we get these possible answers which the user has provided. So it's very hard to understand, but what I was trying to do here is I had to collect all the answers the user has provided here. So up to here I had all the question number and answers which were provided by user. So here I have to go through all the questions which are coming from the database and try to find the number, whatever the user has provided there, and getting the ID. So actually what I was doing, I was looking for this question and go through the answers. After getting the answers, all the answers, and I'm trying to see what through this question which one this user selected and collecting the ID which you are selected. This is what happening here. So after getting these answers, okay, and these are the answers. This user answers. It's like finding all the answers. Now go to the question answers through getting those answers, then try to find answers ID and the answer which users answered. Now just checking if it's present. It's just taking, for instance, if I'm coming here and I find that I'm answered this and it's present here, I'm just taking the ID and these answers. This is what is really happening here. Now after that I'm going to have this possible answer. Possible answer is just collection of question ID and answer ID and this var. So you can even find the way to go through, but this is what I did. and after that I collect this and have to submit them. So as you can see here, we need to find a way to submit it. So let's go and see. So we need to add, let's come to our quiz mode mixing, and we need to add this new attempt method. And this attempt method is the one that is coming from our API. Let's go and see it. Attempt. So attempt API, this one, and we go to our API controller attempt. Okay. Attempt. You can see it's going to get all the attempts, which is question ID and other information. These are being passed, and we're going to do it. So yes, where we get, let's come to our attempts, possible ones, then we get them here and we pass them here, this information. Then inside there we're going to get them before each, then we save them. Okay, now let's go and use this here. So we have added this, and after it's submitted we get this refresh page, and this refresh page is where we are going to refresh, we are going to add something here on our building here. So let's go and add something here. Okay, wait. We're going to add something here. So after we have had, after if the load, you have added this thing, come and remove this thing, and we have added this checking if this, let's see it here. Okay, now if it's loading, it means that we are fetching, we false, we are going inside and see if it's true. This one we're going to build, unless as false, we are going to do this, and inside our submit, at the moment we have finished submit this 20 point, we set this to true by the set state, and this will trigger to refresh this build method, and we're going to check if it's true. We're going to build this one. By default it false, so at the moment start it will do this. So inside this is where we're going to put our feedback. It look like this. So it will look like this. We center, we have this sum, and I'm going to add this, and we say successful, and we have this flat button. If someone click it, we bring back to dashboard. So let's go and add this, and we finish this milestone now. So come here and reveal next one, and we're going to add this one. Then go back to our this. We're going to add another. That's it. Thumb. Make sure you do this, otherwise this image won't appear. Sorry, change. make sure to do that, otherwise it won't appear. So then from there we'll be done with this milestone. Let's go and finish the Rust checklist. So the Rust checklist is final testing. Testing the final implementation. So let's go and test in the final implementation. So make sure that you understand, and you find this code. Make sure that you understand, and if you don't understand anything, make sure that you reach me and we will discuss together. So let's go and test this and see which. Okay. So let's go and test, and if we find any issue, we're going to solve together. Yeah. Okay. Go and find this, and if in case we find any issue, it's okay, and we're going to solve together. Then click yes. Now as you can see, we have successfully submitted. Then this is what we have just seen here. This one. Then when you click back, that one is gone. So we've already covered this start quiz part. So next time we are going to see the rest of the things that we have left. But I think we're going to see this part, view results. So it's the same as what we have just seen. The main thing is we just have to see what, if results are coming, we're going to see what you're going to get it. So we deal with this one, and then from there we are going to finish with the rest of these two parts. Now till that time, bye bye. Hello, welcome back to our course building with Flutter Applications Laravel, and we are still on building the real mobile application. Lastly, we are seeing start quiz, and today we'll finish part which is called view quiz result before we can move to my quizzes. So let's go and see. So today we see view result page. So the design is almost the same as a quiz start quiz page, because here what you want to see is after we submitted our quiz and the result get published, is where we can see what we have scored. So with the slight change as shown below in this following slide, as you can see, this is what you have seen, and let's say this is what you have answered, and whatever the answer may be provided here. So the page which you're going to show is this one, quiz view, which looks the same, but we are going to add this has information like if this question was right or was wrong, was correct or was wrong. So as you can see, as this one has provided this and they never provided the rest, so we know that you get this or you not get this. And this from back office, as you can see here, the same as this one. And what you want to do is, first you want to make sure that once you we show if it's wrong or correct, we need it to make sure that it's the same as here. As you can see, this is what we have just mapped from our back office. Question number 1, the second answer was correct, the others were wrong, as we have seen it. And the second question number 2, the first 2 questions were correct and the last one was wrong. So that's what we're going to see. So the design, as we have just said, will be the same, but with a strat change and code implementation. So everything will be as quiz, start quiz implementation, but with additional code, as we're going to see. And we are going to add this method called quiz scene in a quiz model mixing. This will allow us, once you have seen it, to remove it from the dashboard list of quizzes, because you don't want to keep them. There is another place that we're going to keep this, and that place is called my quizzes. And that place are going to, so once you have seen it and it's get removed from the dashboard and it's been sent to my quiz page. That's what we're going to see soon. I mean later when we finish this. So we also review a scene quiz Laravel API, and we'll end up with add logic and test the final product. So let's go and implement this. So open up your project lib and you're going to create first this page, and we're going to call it view quiz result, just quiz results on quiz result. Okay, that. Now let's go and create class. This should be a stateful widget quiz result extends stateful widget, and we are going to create this. Class extends state. Okay. Let's go and implement this building method. Okay. Now let's see scaffold. Okay. Title. Now after I've created this page, and we're going to modify it soon because it looks the same as the start quiz page. Now let's go back to our dashboard, and as you remember, last time we implemented study quiz. Now this time we're going to implement this this quiz result. Now let's make it as simple as possible before we can. Now let's come here. We have this navigator class dot push. Now we're going to push context, and here we're going to say material page route. Let's see if we can get something root. And we're going to have a build a method here, which build context. Then we're going to require. We are going to return quiz result. Now let's go and test this one so you can understand. So let's go and see this one and view quiz results. When you click this one, you'll be navigated to quiz results. So as we have seen, we have been navigated to quiz results. So let's go and add some code here and explain some of the things. So let's go and see. So we need to we need to pass data as what we did here on dashboard. These informations. So check this. It's almost the same, and we need to add this information also. You could even use the same code, but with the same interface and just change the views. But let's stick with this. So we don't have this, so come here and create inside our. So we can still take things from. So we have just implemented as we have seen in start quiz page, and this should resolve. So let's go and finish the rest of this part. Say that is almost the same as this start quiz. Let's go and grab what is inside here, and let's go and put here, because this is almost the same thing. And we need to import some stuff. So first of all, we need to remove this submit, because we are not going to submit anything. So let's go and start work with this one. So first of all, we don't need this at this moment because we're not submitting anything, and we are going to import this from builder, and here is okay, and let's say view the results. Okay, and we need to import this. So far I don't need this. So and okay. Success because we're not going to have this. And let's go and what we need to import this. Okay, yeah, this is where we're going to work most, because this time we're going to show some code here. So for now, just leave it. Let's go and fix some issues. And this one we don't need it. And lastly, even this submit, because we're not going to have on the reserver, we're not going to have this with get, so we need to get it thread. Just remove it and remove it. So finally, we have this one. Save and let's try test this before we're going to add some other code. So just going to click and see what you have. So it's look the same, but you need to add those if this is correct or not. And this and if and the ones the user provided here, just going to do it. As you can see, we have just removed that submit. This is not for submit, just for viewing the result from this. Now let's go and work on this part. In our quiz mode mixing, and we have just added this scene quiz scenes where you put your quiz ID, you get a shared preference, you hit the endpoint, and from there you just have to receive it, and if there's error or something, you're going to get it. Now let's go back to our dashboard. Here is where we are going to call this method, because at this point is where we want to update that this has been already seen. So you can just come here and say widget dot mod. I think here we also have mod. Okay. Mod dot quiz scene. Then you pass this quiz ID. It depends. Either you want to put it here or you want to put somewhere else. Then results. At this point you'll be mark this as seen. So we have to just comment it just this time, and we'll be back soon, because at this moment let's go and finish here. Now we said on the body is where we're going to have some informations, modifications. We're going to change something here. Yeah, so let's go and see it. So we are not going to incorporate anything here. Let's go and remove this, and we are going to replace this code. Now let's go and explain here. For a single this one, which is single ready button, we need to have an init variable, and this should be what you have value. And this one already we have it for, and also need to change this. So this one single answer questions, and this multiple answers question. And this is checkbox. So after we get these answers, we for each, and we have this inside we get my answers. Okay, and so from our endpoint, you may see that my answer what I provided, and so once you come back here through the API here, answers, question answers, I also find what I've answered. Okay, now I get this my answer and the correct. There is also correct here. If it's correct, then I correct. If it's the answer is correct, I say wrong, and it's correct. If it's not wrong, then this is just a string. Then I come here and see if my answer is true. I initialize it and add this information, initial val. Okay, and if else it's not, initial answers will be not that one, and that's all. So straightforward. Now let's go and test it. So as you can see, we have just added it. This was wrong, this was true, correct. So as you see, I've managed to do that through this code. So let's go and enable this, because this code is what will resend and remove it. Okay, let's come here and restart. So let's go click here, and as I've seen it, okay. The next time when we have so it doesn't move. Now we have seen how we have to view our quiz result, and till next time when I start dealing with my quiz. Bye bye. Hello, welcome back to our course building quiz Flutter applications Laravel, and we are still on building mobile application, and today we are going to start with my quiz part. So let's go and see. So we are going to discuss designing this part. In the coming part of coming tutorial, we are going to implement this design. So we have already seen this navigation drawer, and we add dashboard and my quiz settings and the logout. We have already implement dashboard. So here we are going to implement and we're going to see this my quiz. And my quiz, once someone tab or click my quiz, you'll be navigate to this link where you're gonna see all the quizzes he has already done and the result are out. And I can see the quiz name, total number of questions, and there is this button where you can click to view the details of what he has done, and it will be both here where you can see what he has done so far, and things we have already seen this. So in a coming tutorial, we are going to see how we can link from here to this page, from this page to this page when this person click view quiz. So as you can see in our my quiz page, there's nothing more here. All we have to do is just creating this list view builder where we are going to populate with this card, card widget with these informations, and there are these buttons. When this user click this button, it will be put here. Now you will see how this information are populated in a coming tutorial. See, till that time, bye bye. Hello, welcome back to our course building quiz Flutter applications Laravel, and we are still on building the application, and today we are going to see the implementation of my quiz. Now, implementation checklist, these are the things that you are going to do so as to complete this my quiz implementation. Now, number one, we're going to create my quiz page, quizzes page, and it should be a stateful widget. Checklist number two, we are going to link the navigation drawer using navigator class, as we have already seen on the other pages. And checklist number three, we're going to review our my quizzes Laravel API. Checklist number four, we are going to create my quizzes method inside our my quiz model mixing. This is a method that will communicate with my quizzes Laravel API. And the checklist number five, we are going to make API request to my quizzes Laravel API inside the init state method, as we have already seen in the other tutorials. And number six, we are going to hire everything that data coming from requested API requested data with our widget inside our building method on that my quizzes page. And lastly, we are going to test the final product. Now let's go and accomplish one checklist after another, and we are going to start with creating my quizzes pages. So let's go and do that. Open your text editor, and inside our my pages, we're going to create another file called my quizzes. Okay, .dat. Now let's go and create it. We said it should be a stateful widget. So my quizzes extends states for widget, and we should override create state method here, and this should return a new my quiz, and this is always should be, as you see here, class extends state. This state should be stateful, which is this one. So there's no need for you to claim. You have to understand this, but this it just always has to return stateful, as we've seen here. Now let's come here and implement this building method. Yes, we are going to create our my quizzes. For now, let's come and just return scaffold and start this up, and the title should be my text my quizzes, and the body should be center for now, and the chart should be text my quizzes page. Okay, now we have already created this. Let's go and do another next milestone. Next check. Now, after I've created my quizzes page, and it is stateful as I already seen. We are going to link it with navigation drawer using navigator class. Okay, now let's go and do this. So go back to our main.dat. We can now come here and create another root. You can call it my quizzes context and return my quizzes. Let's go back to our dashboard page. Inside the dashboard page, look for that drawer. Let's corrupt this. Okay. Okay, let's come to here, my quizzes. Now you have to take this and replace my quizzes. So make sure that you take this as we've already seen and replace it here. Now let's go and test this. So let us log in. Now let's come to our navigation drawer and you should click this and we are here. Okay, now let's go and start implementing here. So as you can see, at the moment we have navigated here, these drawers disappear because we have just said that it should remove this. So the best way to do is to either create another widget here and put this. Okay, now let's try and see what you can do. Now corrupt this and let's see how we can do it. And exert into widget. Navigate. Because we have seen the need first of this drawer, we just extract this drawer into another widget. So we create a folder called widget here, and we put our source codes here. This widget which returns this, so as we can reuse this. So we can reuse this code. So just cut it. I'll come here to our my quizzes. Then create drawer. This should be nav drawer. Okay, that's great. So after we create our, let's go and test it. As you can see, my quiz also has got this. Nice. Now let's go and move to next checklist. Now after I've seen how to link a navigation drawer with a navigator class, and we have refactored our navigator to our source code into another widget class, and we'll see how to use it. Let's move to checklist number 3, which is reviewing our my quiz Laravel API. So let's go and see it. Let you come to this documentation, and if you are using Postman, it's okay, but we're using Swagger UI because you can have a documentation at the same time you can test your API endpoint. Now look for this my quiz, and this is just accepting this token, so make sure that go and log in. To log in, just come to authentication, and let's try it. So let's come and execute after we have entered email and password, and let's go and grab this token because we're going to use it. Grab this token. I'll let you come to this endpoint, this one, and let's try it here and execute. And once we execute, we are going to get this list of quizzes that we have done, and the results are out so far. So after we're going to have already seen it, next we are going to see how we can map this into our API. So let's move to our next checklist. So the coming checklist is to create my quiz method inside the quiz model mixing and make that call so we can get the data. Let's go and do it. So open your scope model and come to quiz model, which is mixing, and add this method here. Okay, this code in my quiz is a way to communicate with our endpoint. To communicate with our endpoint here, this one. Okay. Now, after we have get set preference, we attach it as token, then we get the response, and the data, we just take this data. Okay. Now let's come here and see what is in next checklist. Okay, after I've created our my quizzes method inside our quiz model mixing, we are going to use it inside our my quizzes page using init state. So let's go and do this number 5. Now let you come to my quizzes. Inside our state, we need to override method called init state. Yes, I'm going to make that query. Now before that, we need to have some initial variable. Let's go and see them. We need to have this is loading because we are making internet call, and result because from our API, this is what you are getting. You are getting this map, so we need that one. Then we need to add this code here. So we need to set state. We need to change the state, and this will trigger refreshing of our UI. Once you do this, it will call building method. So, and at this moment, we are going to use scope model, and I'm going to say app model, and I need to import it. As we know, there are many ways to get this. So we are accessing the model from the root using scope model of. Then we call this method from our quiz model. Then at this moment we are having this data informations. So this will map this one. So we have data, this information. Now let's go and see next checklist. Now in checklist number 6, we are going to see how we can take our data which are coming from database API, so as we can manipulate them with get inside our building method. So let's go and see it. So after we have received or fetch data from our endpoint, we need to come up with this one. And as you can see, let's come and see what you can do here. This is a card. Can you write something? Now this is card. This is card, and we are going to have inside our list view builder. So let's go and see it here. So we need to remove this, and we should create a method called build my quiz. This method should be return widget, and here inside you're going to have many things. Okay, now let's come here and take this field and check if is true loading. We are going to so if it's true loading, we can have a loader here, build loader, else you're going to have this. So I need to create this loader. Straightforward. Let's come here, widget, excuse me, oops, let's come here and create that widget and return center. Need to center it, chart, and we're going to say circular indicate. So this is for just loading. I think you've already seen it. Now let's move into this part where we're going to create our list view builder. So after that we get this from our result, and this can be coming from here. Okay, and here we see that is array. So we get this data, and if there is empty, we just say no quizzes. Else we are going to create this container, we pad it, then we list view items be the length, and this item is just what we are going to create this single here. So let's go and see how we implement this. So we implement a single my quiz item from this list view builder, this one. So let's go and see what you have done. Actually we create this card. We say color should be white, as you see. And let me remove it. Let's see it, and we pad it. Then we have this reading. We use this listing tag, and you have this as a bookmark. Book. So as information, self-explanatory here. So we have this tab where we need to do as we did in a dashboard. When you come to this one, we have this method which we make to view, so you can copy it here, the whole, and paste here. This time we don't need this because we have already seen it. Now we have to take data, put it here, and take this, is now paste it. So as you can see, there is a difference. For instance, if we could create a class, let me see, let's go and import this first. Let's go and import, and let's come here and fixing this issue. Okay, and let's go and find this mode, fixing it. Okay, I think there must be issue. Let's go and see what we have here. Builder. So it was a closing issue. Now we manage it too. This is when user clicks this one, is the same. So you navigate. So as you can see, after we have built our data, we could even model this into this information, especially this one, into class. I leave you to do it by yourself, but for sake of this tutorial, we could also skip it, and I have already shown you what to do. At this moment, you have all the source code as you are supposed to have. Now let's move to another checklist. So after we have seen and create and utilize the data from our endpoint API and populate with a widget, let's go and test our final product to see what we have implemented here. Now open your text editor and run to see what you have done so far. So let's come here and log in. Q1 and let's log in. So let's come to our quiz, and you have seen them, and you can even navigate. Let's see what must be the issue here. Okay. So let's go and troubleshoot this issue. So the issue is on number set. Okay, let's see. There must be any issue here. Set a full and save now. Let's come and see. So at this moment we can try to have this information, see what do we really have. Maybe we cannot have the data which we really need. So it's okay to have problems, to have errors, as I've already set is a way to learn. So as we debug, you understand what must be an issue. So just comment this, save, start, see what you might have. So okay, yes. So as you can see, as when you click, we're not getting as what we intended, we just get null. So there must be issue with this code. So let's come and see what we're supposed to have here and work with it. Now let's come to our endpoint, and you can see we don't have ID, we have this one. So this is where problem comes. So copy and come here and replace with this one. This time it must work. So and comment this format, save and reload. Okay, this will reload. Press R to reload. Let's come to our code and let's click it. This time it's working correct. Working very correct. Don't have fault. It's okay. Nice. Now, as you have seen, we have managed to test our my quiz page and implementation. Now, next time when we finish the rest of part, teaser time. Bye bye. Hello, welcome back to our course Building Quiz Flutter Applications Laravel, and we are still on building the real mobile applications and on navigation menu drawer. Today we are going to see settings or change password. We have already seen has a part like dashboard, start my quiz, my quizzes, and we also have seen this quiz result. I don't think we're going to discuss it. Then after we have discussed and implemented setting and change, we move straight to log out implementation. So let's go and see our set and change password design. Okay, navigation drawer setting or change password design. If you click your navigation drawer, you will see that you have already done dashboard and my quiz. So here, from here, we discuss settings, and once someone taps settings, it will be navigated to change password. And change password, it requires you to enter a password and confirm password. Then once you click change password, you'll be changing password, and this it will be also affected on his account online when he logs on web applications. Though sometimes you can even change that, and you can say this password for only mobile. It depends on the security strategies that you want to implement. But here, once someone change password here in mobile application, he or she will be automatically change his or her password on mobile web application. So thanks. Till next time when we discuss about implementation of this design. Till then, bye bye. Hello, welcome back to our course Building Quiz Flutter Applications Laravel, and we are still on building the application, mobile application, and today we are going to see the implementation of setting and changing password. Okay, now here, navigation drawer, change password, implementation checklist. These are the things that we're going to discuss in order to finish implementation of these settings or change password. Now, checklist number 1, we're going to create a setting page view, and it should be stateful widget as we have already seen it. Also, we are going to make a clickable link inside the drawer using navigator class. This clickable link is here for settings, and we're going to see how we can do it. And number 3, we're going to review setting Laravel API. And number 4, we are going to create a change password method inside the user model mixings for enhance communicate with Laravel Backend API for password change. Also, we also wire everything inside our building. So we are going to create and implement the view. And lastly, we are going to test the final product of what we have been doing in this change password implementation. Now let's go start with creating setting page view, and it should be a stateful widget. So let's get started. Come back to your text editor, and inside your page you need to create a new page, and you call setting page dot. Here we're going to create class setting page extends stateful widget, and need to override this, and we are going to you're going to create this class extends state, and should be we should override the building method. Okay, and here we are going to have very simple. So we are going to have setting page. Okay, so we have done with first checklist. Let's move to next checklist. Okay, now we need to make a clickable link inside a drawer widget using navigator class. Let's go and do this. Now, if you remember last time, we have extracted our drawer into a separated widget so as it can be reusable. Now let's move to that one, and let's find settings. Now, as you can see, we need to add this on our root settings. Now just copy this and say settings, then setting page. Okay, now let's come to our navigation drawer. Let's copy this. Inside you should paste it, and you should change it from to setting. So after we have done this, we have to add it on our setting page here, a drawer, and it should be a navigator or navi drawer. Then let's go and test this. So let's go and test. Okay. Now let's quickly, and you're going to see this change password, and you can. Now let's move to next milestone. Now after I've created a clickable link inside the drawer and make it to navigate to a setting page, let's review our setting Laravel API. I'll come back to this link, and if you have WordPress or if you have Postman, it's okay, but you are using Swagger because it allows us to test and have documentation. Now let's move to change password. This is a post method, and it allows the user to change password here. Okay, and straightforward. When you try to change, there's some information you need to add here. It's there, which you are going to see it here. So you can come to this link, and once you go to change password, you're going to see that we need to receive password. Now let's go back to if you look at the documentation, the documentation for change, you can see that it doesn't have a way to allows us to which allows us to put or change password. Now it is because your DOS user the same ones what you could do on authentication that of user. So we could just come here and copy this, go to our change password, and we should add this here. Script. So finally we are going to have this here, which allows us to change by put some issues here. Now if you come here, we can just remove this, and we can even put change password from here. Now let's come here and change it. Let's first get the token. Now we have seen password was 1. Let's come here and execute, and after execute we get this token. Let's grab it. Okay, let you come to change password, enter it here, and you are going to type new password. This is 1 2 3 4 5. Let's go and change it. Execute. Okay, it must be an issue. Actually, what you said page you have just said you cannot be found here. The page you are looking for could not be found. I think there must be issues with this link. Let's go and see. Do you have this link? Now, if you come to realize that you don't have that link, this is the link that's supposed to do. So let's come and make sure that this link is okay. I simply need to change this to this. Okay. Now let's go and refresh. And let's see. Yeah. Let's come and test. Remove this. Okay. Edit. Let's go and get this token. So after I've logged in, let's go and use this token. Let's come here, put it, and we change password from 1 to 1234. Let's go and execute. Okay, now you see that a password was successfully changed, and we can even prove that by come back here and try to log in the same password we have, which has already been changed to 1 to 34. Let's go execute it. Let's go and see what you're getting. Say that invalid credential. But once we say 1 2 3 4 and execute it, you see that we get this new token. Now let's go and move to next checklist. Now after we have review our setting Laravel, let's go and create change password method inside our user model mixing. So come to the text editor, user model mixing, and here inside you're going to create this new, and we are going to have so straightforward. You are getting this password. We take the token from shared pipelines. We utilize this endpoint as coming here. Okay, this one. Then everything will be okay. Now let's move to the next checklist. Now we're going to, after I've seen how we add this change password method, let's go and wire everything inside the build method. Come to our page, and here inside we're going to have this variable initialized, this for loading purpose, password, see password, this for controlling password, and we have this global key for form. So you're going to have something here inside. Now go and replace here. We have added this inside our body scope model recently because you're going to use this model, and this progress for showing the progress here, scope view because we're using form, and everything is straightforward. So I'll give you assignment to make this readable, but everything is okay here. Now once user click saved here, you're going to put some code here. So we validate if there is any issue inside our input text form field here. If there's no any issue here, we save and we say let is loading, and once it's loading, this will be called I think this will be issue. This one we added, and from there we're going to use our model to change our password. Change password, and it should receive the password. Then result. Inside here we are going to change so if it is success, you are showing this dialog box, and this dialog box, if someone click, you navigate him to dashboard. So you can just here, dashboard page, and if there is any issue, just show it and do everything. Now we have managed to finish this checklist. So you just come and see some source code and learning, nothing new here. So let's move to the next checklist. Now after we have wired everything, let's go and test our final product. Now open the text editor and run it. Now if you remember, we change our password from it was 1, and if we try to enter 1 here, you will get some exception. Now we have changed that password 1234 1234, and let's log in with that one. Yes, now let's go and change back to 1. You get this validation. Let's go change to 1 successfully, and we can test it back. So I've not really implemented this. Let's go and quit this application and rerun it, so as we can test this at same rate. So let's go back here and try to log in with 1234, which you have changed to 1 that time, and this won't work. Now let's go back to use the one which you have changed through the changing password interface, and just to log in. So we have managed to accomplish this part. Now till next time, bye bye. Hello, welcome back to our course building quiz Flutter applications Laravel, and today we are still on building really mobile application. Today we are going to see this last part which we have not covered on navigation menu drawer. So let's go and see it. So one of the items that we are going to do or finish today is this logout. So once the user click logout, first of all we'll clear all the preferences which are stored local information, which keeps record of this application, and also will invalidate the token which this mobile application will use to preserve, and will log user out. So here are the checklist that we are going to implement. First of all, we are going to review logout Laravel API. Then you are going to create this logout method inside user model mixing. This method will call logout Laravel API, and will clear token preference, and lastly we are going to test our final product. So let's go and start with this first one, review logout Laravel API. So if you come here, find this endpoint, and we need this one to make sure that we log out user, and let's go and see how we are supposed to do it on Laravel API. So if you come to our root endpoint, you will see this endpoint that we need to hit it so as we can log user out. And once you come here, you will find that we want this token, so as we can use this token to invalidate from our JWT. Then we log the user out. If there is any issue, we're going to print this here. So let's go and see the next checklist. So we have already seen and we have reviewed the Logout Laravel API. Now we are going to create this Logout method inside the user model mixing, and this one is one which we'll be calling it. Okay, let's go and see it. So let us open our mixings from scope model, user model, and let's go and create a method here, Fuchsia, and map string dynamic log. This will receive token So we're going to create a data that we send to the database, to the API. Dynamic token. So as you see this one, you don't need to authenticate so as we can make call because we are outside of this middleware, so we don't need to authenticate. We don't need to pass a token. So we just come here and we need one of this, and what we want is remove this logout, and we need this data here, and as you can see, we are sending this data and you get the response. And what we actually want is, if it's not equal to this, then we return the data and say that if response dot status code is not equal to, just return say error false, errors error true. So I've managed to create this method here for Logout, and after that we may also need to clear our okay. After we have created this, let's move to another checklist. So after I've created this method inside the user mixings, let's go and clear token. Now before we reach this one, we need to link our logout functionality into this drawer functionality. Let's go and do this first so as we can clear it here. So let's go and do it. Now open your widget, this one, and find logout here. Okay, now let us text this. First of all, we need to get a scoped model of context. We need to get logout. So we need to get this token. So the best way, let's come here and modify a bit this function. So we don't need it to have this one this moment. We can take this one here and string token is equal to refs dot get string token. Okay, now let's come here and remove this. We don't need it here. Then result, and let's go and check results. If there is error, let's come and see what we just say. False, true, false. We need it to navigate the user to so if we manage to successfully log out user, we can now here you can come here and clear this. Let's come here, text this, import, and let's clear. I think we should, let's try might work. I think this might not work, but let's try. Clear. So we have managed to accomplish this checklist. Let's move to another checklist. Now after we have cleared the token, preference and the other preference related with our application, let's go and test this and see what we may have. So let's go and test it. Now come back to our application and test it. Okay. See what we may test it here. Now let's and test it. Okay. Now let's come here and try to log out and see if there's any issue here. Okay. Now I don't know what happened, but it seems not to work. We're going to investigate it. So after making some research, I came to realize this code, there was a problem here. It should be like this. This is where this will work. So let's come to our. So after we have this changed, let's come and test your code. Now just come here and reload. Let's go and click it here. And you can see we successfully log out. Let's come to nav and comment. Okay. Yeah, successful logout use. So it was very simple and easy way to test your source code, this logout functionality. So make sure that you add this and everything will be okay. Now we have finished this part of in navigation drawer. So let's go into see another one, which is push notification. Till that time, bye bye. Hello, welcome back to our course building quiz Flutter applications Laravel. And today we are going to finalize this part of building really mobile application by looking at push notification. Then after we finalize this push notification, we end up this course with deploying our application to Google Play Store, where we are going to learn all the things you should know before you can deploy your application to Google Play Store. So today we are going to finalize this with push notification. So let's get started. So if you remember last time we were discussing push notification in Laravel applications on how we can integrate our Laravel application with push notifications. So today we are going to see how we can interact push notification in our application. So let's see it. So this is a diagram that we saw last time. So what is really happening is that our applications has to register itself to this Firebase cloud messaging. So we need first to register so as we can get this send ID, API ID, and app ID. Then from there we can also register. After registering ourselves, we can get this token, and this token is where our app server will use it to send the messages specific to these devices. So the process is straightforward. We need first to go to Firebase cloud messaging and register our applications. And once our application is registered on Firebase cloud messaging, we need also to integrate it with we need also to get this token from cloud messages so as we can install it on our server. So as anytime we need to notify or send a notification, push notification message to a specific mobile application, a device or client, we use that token. So here is a process, and this is what is really happening, that your application first has to register itself to one of this platform. For our Android, we are using Firebase cloud messaging, and after registered, these registrations will normally send a token back. So we need to make sure that once we get this token, we send this token to our backend. In this part, we're using Laravel. We are installing to the database, and also we need to register. I think we've already seen how we registered our Laravel application with this Google Cloud messages. So we need to store it, and every time we need it to send a specific message to the device, we need to use that token. So this is what really happened in action. After you have registered your token, let's say you have this token on your server. So what's really happening? You send a message or use this means from your application. Let's say this is your Laravel application. You use this means of sending messages from your application. Actually, what is really happening? Firebase cloud message can do all the things. So sometimes, as we have seen from Laravel part, it's not that easy or it's not that common for you to go onto your account, FCM account, and publish message there. So you need to have a custom means of you to send
message to a specific device. That's why we have this another third-party app server, which it can be anything. It can be Laravel, it can be any kind of server. So this server is one which communicates with FCM account, and this it will act as it will send a message on behalf of Firebase cloud messaging. Actually, what is happening, you just sending a message to this server FCM, and FCM is one which pushes those messages to device. And also, this is another example which server notify message to Firebase cloud messages, and this cloud messages is the one which notifies this message, and once user tap on that notification, and this is what will happen. So this part above we have already seen how we can use a Laravel to send a message to this part with that package, Laravel package, FCM package, and this time we're going to see how we can do this part on mobile. So here are the checklist, and actually we need to register our application with Firebase cloud messaging, and we also will see how to integrate with Android. So there are the things we need to do, so as we can make sure that this is working as we expecting. And lastly, we are going to install this package called Firebase Messaging plugin. This plugin is one which will be used in your Flutter application to send or to receive or to send a token and receive messages. And we also working on integration, FCM Flutter integration, where we see how we can interact and do all the things with Flutter part. And lastly, we test our final output. So let's started to implement one after another. Let us start with first checklist, register application with Firebase cloud messages. So let's go and check it. So if you know nothing about Firebase cloud messages, you can come up to this link and documentation and learn more about it. And this is how it works. You can use a console GUI to send push notification to mobile devices or web devices, and you can use your application like our application Laravel to do the same. So we need to go to our Firebase console, come to this link, and you'll find the list of projects here, and we are going to create one here. Okay, so you need to have a Google account so as you can be able to create it. It's free, so just come here and click add project. You'll be sent to this page. Just write my whatever the name you want. I was going to my quiz app. Then click continue, and you'll find this lot of information. You can enable it because they said to recommend, but for this case, I'm not going to do it. And click create project. So it will take some time. Just wait. Finally, our project is ready. Let's go and click continue. So we'll be brought to this page where you get a lot of issue, and most of the time we're going to spend our time here on our cloud messages where we'll be testing. So let's go and see next checklist. So after we have registered application, we need to integrate with Android on our application. So let's go and see it. Now come back to your place where you left, and you may find the iOS, Android, web. Because we're working on Android, you just click this, and here you will get all the informations. So we need to have these packages. And if you remember, when we created the application, we specify this package. This is where you can use it. So don't leave that option, that normal as you normally use. So make sure that you have a unique package name. Let's see where we can find this. Come to our application and click this folder Android, and this build.gradle, and grab this Android ID, which is actually is a package that we're going to use it. Yours might look different, but this is what I've created when I was creating this project. So just come here and copy, come here and paste. Other information option, you can just leave them, then register your application. This might take some time. Once you are done with it, you can come here and download this file, because we want to put it the root of. So just come here and download. Once you download it, yes, and you need it to include it at the root of application. So open your Android here, app, show in Explorer, and we need to replace it. Okay. So after we have managed to put it, now we'll move to next. This is the thing that we needed to add. So let's go and add this project build. Now come to our project. Now this is our build outside of this one, and go and add these things. Then at the application, this one, add at the bottom here. Then next we get ready and start for Android. Go to console. Now we have managed to register our application here and integrate it with our Android. So let's move to next checklist. Now after we have managed to install and register and configure FCM with Android, let's go and install Firebase messaging Flutter plugin. This is plugin that will be installed in our Flutter application, and will register with FCM and return the token. Now let's go and install this package. Okay, so let you come to this link, Firebase messaging, Firebase cloud messaging for Flutter. You come here and you will learn a lot of almost what I've done can be also provided it on this page. Just come here and learn. Let's go and install it. Just click installing. You grab this. So we have this after we have done that, let's go and see another dependence that we need. We also need this Flutter local notification for making notifications, because it's for messages only, and we need to show them to our mobile application. So we need this also. So let's go and add this. So come installation. So come and grab this and paste it here. So once you save it, you will fetch the dependence and put, and in case this dependence were not added, or you do not find that pop-up which shows this package installed, you can come here and grab this and come to the root of application and call it. So you can come here and you can call it. So that's nice. So we managed to install Firebase messages for messages integration on Laravel, Flutter, and we have this Flutter local notification for showing those notifications on our application. So let's move to the next checklist. Our checklist is for Flutter integration. So we see how we can start implement it. So we need to review our Laravel Flutter token API. So let's go and see it before we can complete the rest of our integration. So once our application registers Firebase cloud messages and get that token, we need to get that token and install it to our database. So let's see this endpoint that receive token and install on our database. This is a token that receive, this is a endpoint that receive our token and install to our database here. So we need to implement this on our application. So we need to create a method that will act as a way to send this information to our server from a mobile application. Let's go and see it. Now open your lib, come to source, quiz this user model, and you are going to have this code. This code is one which communicates with our backend. So where we receive token. After we have received the token, we send the token to our this endpoint, and from this endpoint is where this one receive that token, and token will be saved on our database. So this is the method. Now let's go and see how to use it. Now open your main. You open your main. Let's go and create this Firebase messages by importing this one, Firebase messages. Then we need to have this Firebase local notification for notification. Then inside of our init method, we need to have this method which requests notification permission. So if users not yet allow this notification, push notification, you will find a pop-up and you will make sure that accept that one. Then you have this initialized informations for this will be used for our that icon on top of our notification bar. Then here we are going to configure all the things happening, and on the message we need to show notification. This one message arrives, what we want to show this method, and so this method is where we implement our push, our notification, local notifications. These are the things that we have to first have, then we show that on our local notification. Straightforward. Now here is where we get that token from our user model, this one, and after we get that token, we send it to, then we save it, and that's all the information that we have. So this token is like this way. It's like sending this to a framework, this query, this one. Now once we get this one, we need to send it to the backend. This code are the ones we implement to register our token. Now that's all we have to do to make sure that we can have this. So let's go and test it. Okay. Now let's come here and run our application. So let's see. Now we expect to have token here and the result from our API, which must be this one. So let's go and see. Now as you can see, we managed to have this token and our result from it means that it's successfully registered. And let's go to see if it accepts to our database. If we come to our table, we can see this one, and let's watch those. This shows that we have successfully managed to install it. Now let's go and test from our notification GUI before we go and test on our application. So let's go and see that. Now open here and come to grow this part and click cloud messages. This is we're going to start send our first message. So let's go and test it. Now here is where we are going to see. As you can see, we don't have any notification. So let's come here and test. Now this is the option title, but say hello from calls. Now let's send and try to see here. Now token, we need to get this token. And this is really what is happening here. After we get this token, we can use this token to send to server, so we can send to message. So let's come here and put that token, and let's try to see if get. I think must have user. We have to enable it. Let's come and enable. Count default enable. Okay, let's come here. Let's come and test. Just look here. We have this. Select and test. That's what must be the issue. Well, I think there was some issue, but make sure that everything is alright here. So let's come and test it. Click add, then click from there. You have make sure to see it here. So you can see we need to get error from console. This is what you have written it here. So we have managed to test it using our console UI. Now let's go see if we can test it from our Laravel application. So let's go and see that. Come and log as administrator. Then I come to quiz, create a new quiz. And add one question. Single. Then choose this and add. Now here we can publish it, but before that we come to this. So where we manage to have this, and come to our quiz, publish quiz is where we publish it here. So let's come here and make sure that we enable push notification, and let's go and test it. Clear everything here so as we don't have anything, and let's test from our web application. So come here and publish and try to see if we can publish it. And as you can see, we have successfully sent a message from this one from here. Now we have already seen how we can test our push notification from our trusted environment. Now we have this mark the end of making this small application. Now in the coming tutorial, we are going to see how we can publish this to our Google Play Store so as others can see and download it. Now till that time, we are going to discuss more about that. Bye bye. Hello, welcome back to our course building crazy Flutter applications Laravel, and today we are going to complete this course by looking at deploying our mobile application to a Google Play Store. So we're going to learn all the things you should know, or should have, or should prepare before you can send your application for other people to install on their mobile application. So during our typical development cycle, you test an application using Flutter run at a command run, as we have seen, or you can use a run or debug option on your IDE in case if you are using Android Studio. So by default, Flutter build a debug version of your application. So once you run a Flutter application, once you run a Flutter application on your text editor or IDE, we normally create a debug version, as we are going to see it now. So you come to your project and open this folder build. Wherever you run a Flutter run command, this folder is being produced, and inside it, app, output, APK, you are going to find this debug, and you are going to find this app debug. This is a version of our application that is deployed to our emulator or mobile whenever we run a Flutter run command. So to publish your application to the Google Play Store, you need to prepare a release of your application. So whatever we have been doing, we've been testing, is not a release of our application, it's just a debug version of our application. So we need to prepare the release of our application so as we can publish it to the Google Play Store for others to install on their mobile devices. So before we publish our application to Google Play Store for others to install on the mobile devices, we need to finish some touches on our application. So for what we have been doing is not enough, or is not that our application ready for deployment. So we need to do some final touches to make sure that. So we are going to see all the things that we need to do to our application so as our application can be ready to be deployed to Google Play Store. Now these are the things that we should normally cross-check them before we come to deploy our application to Google Play Store. So as you have seen, there are some things we need to polish so as our application can be ready for deployment to Google Play Store. So we can just see we need to add a launch icon, as we are going to see our application. Once we have been doing all the development and other stuff, we had no any launcher applications. We just having that Flutter default logo icon that is being populated as a launcher icon. So sometimes we need to blend it to use your own icon or your own logo. So we are going to see how we can do that to our application. Also, in order to deploy your application to Google Play Store, you need to sign your application. So we also see how we're gonna sign it. So signing is very important. It's a means of it's a means for us to make sure that we are the ones who created this application, and there are no any means for other people to tamper with our application. So we are going also to use or to see how to enable Logout. It's just a means of another way of protect and secure applications so as no one can tamper with our source code and can do whatever the reverse engineering. This is an option, but sometimes you need to do it, and we're going to see how we can do it. Also, we're going to review our app manifest file. If you are coming from Android programming, you know what is the app manifest. If Android manifest file, it's just in a file which has got all the information that our application needs. It's a means for us to make sure that all the things that our application needs or requires are there in that file. So I'm going to review it and see what else do you want to know from it. Now, after we have signed our application, we also see or review our build configuration. So before we can build our application, we need to see what else we can do or we can add it to our build configuration. And number 6, we are going to build your application for release. So up to this point, your application will be ready for release, and then we build it. After building, we publish to Google Play Store. We are going to see what we're supposed to have, what are the things that we should normally do before we can make our application ready for others to install on the mobile devices. And lastly, it's an option. I will see Android release frequent asked questions, and I will provide the link and see what others normally want to know from this Android release. Okay, now let's go and see one after another. So we are starting with adding a launch icon. Let's see let's see how we can do it. Okay, as you can see, whenever we develop or we test our code, our application, as you can see, we get this default Flutter icon, and this Flutter icon. So you can see we need to change this icon, and this default icon, if you go to folder Android app, source, main, Java, let's go deep, and I think it should be this resources file, Laravel. This launcher file, as you can see, this is the default icon that is be given by our application, and this is what you can see it. Now we see how we can change this. So I will show where you can let's say you have a icon or you have a logo for application, and you want to make sure that you generate these files which are for icons. There is a certain link that you need to go, and that link is where we can generate our icon. Let's go and see that link. There is amazing tools online which is called the launch icon generator. You can just Google it and make sure that you come to this link. Once you come to this link is where you will generate your logo, and this is very simple. You can generate from clip art, like just click it here, and you have this. You can just remove. Let's say this is your logo, and you can see all dimensions that your logo can be used by this. Also you can modify. Just come here and just a background, you can give it to, let's say, this one, that one, this one, okay. Or if you have an image, you can come here and image that you provide, and you can also give a background, another black background. You can crop it if you want. You can shape like cycle, whatever the things you will need to do. Okay, here you can even give the name. So just come to this amazing tool where you can do all you want to do. It's very easy. You can generate any icon even if you don't have an image yet. You can come here as a text. You can give just a text like quiz, or just whatever the name you want to give, just Q. So as you can see, it is very simple and straightforward. Or you can just come to a clip pad and just stick to this. Very simple. And you can just remove this padding a little bit. Or you can just come to here and the color, to give to this color. Okay, and the background can just give white, and yes, center, and you need to give just a normal or none, remove, or square, and effect, don't give an effect. Then if you're happy with this, you can now export this. To export you have this icon where you download as a zip file. So let's go and do it. So once we have successfully downloaded it, let's go and see what is inside. So after you unzip this file, you're going to get these two file. This one for web, and we'll use this for splash screen later on, and this is for the same as this ones. This list one to this minimap is the same as what you are seeing here. Okay, so if you look at this minimap, we see that we need to replace, because this minimap contains our launch, so we need to replace this with our other ones which you have downloaded. So let's go and do it. So come here and review in Explorer. So inside here we are going to replace this. For now, just come here and select and delete. Just delete minimap file only. Then we are going to replace those files we are downloaded from our. So just come here and copy and just drag and drop them here. Then from there, let's come to our text editor and refresh. Make sure that we have this new, and inside here, let's see. This is our new log. Now let's go and test and make sure that it's been replaced with this one. I'll come to application and run it. Let's come to on. So let's see our new icon. So it's straightforward to change your launch icon. You just come to the site which I've shown you, do what you want to do, and make sure that you come up with a nice icon. Then from there, you can now come and do as you have seen. And the last, we are going to come up with this setups that will replace our default. So these icons will be replaced with this icon just soon. So let's wait and see what is really happening. And this is the only manual way to do it. There is another way you can do, which I will show you after we have just seen how we can do it with this manual way. Now let's come to here and remove. And as you can see, our icon is being replaced with this new icon. So you have seen how you can change your icon manually. Let's see another way which can simplify these things if you don't want. But I find this very simple and easy way to do it, because you have all the power. You can come to this site, you can customize the way you want to customize it, and you can come up with any design and any issue. In case if you have a logo, you can come here, import your logo, and everything will be simple. And you don't worry, because it will generate all file size which are needed for your mobile application without worrying about the size. Okay, let's see another way. If you don't want to go with that way, let's go see another way. So you can use another package called Flutter Launch Icons, and I'm going to see it soon. This simplify all the tasks. Let's go and see. You can come here and search this Flutter Launch icon. It's a plugin. It's a command line tool which simplify the task of updating a Flutter app launch icon. It's full flexible, allows you to choose what platform you wish to update the launch icon, and if you want the option is for your hold launch icon in case you want to revert back sometime in the future. So it's easy, and here's this easy way to go. You just come and install this, and you give other informations like where you want to, where is your icon, let's say, and after that you get the dependence and you run this for. Once you run this, it will generate all the files that are needed for your launch icon, and everything will be okay. So you can use this another way. It's very easy, though I prefer that way much compare another video here where you can learn more, but I mostly prefer this manual way because it's giving me all the options. I can even create my own icon without having the icon here, though it's a bit manual, but this is nice. So sometimes, yeah, this way is having some issue, it's more technical, and you need also to do, though the advantage is that it will generate for iOS also. So we are focused on Android, that's why we stick with this method, but it's up to you. You just go and experiment these two methods, and which one fits for you is okay. Now let's move to see what is next. Now we have already verified that our icon is changed, has been replaced with our new icon. So let's go and see. One is called a splash screen. So if you have noticed, once our application starts, let's come here and I will show you. If you have noticed, when your application starts, there is a white background. You see it, which takes some time, and that is for which shows this one. It will take some time, then our application will appear. Now we need to replace that one with our splash screen. So as apart from showing the white background, we are going to put our either our splash screen is just a image or animation or whatever the things you want to give to people to show that your application is loading. It's like a branding. Let's go see how we can do it. Now it's very easy and straightforward. You just come to your Android folder. Now come to your Android folder. You move to app, you move to main, you move to resources, you move to drawable, and there is this file called launch background.xml. This is where you're going to modify to replace that white. Now you can insert your own image here to replace your that background white. Now let's see, and they have given us an example here. Now we have to put our image either one of this, but I would like to put in this drawable, and let's see. Let's go and see how we can do it. Now if you have used that tools, normally it's give a web version of your icon. So let's go and use it, or whatever the image you have, but we're going to use this one. So just come and copy it, and let you come to this drawable file and reveal it on Explorer. And inside here we're going to paste this file. Okay, and we can rename it to the name whatever you want. Let's say splash. Let's say called splash, and this PNG. Let's come here and comment this file, this link, this code, and inside here we need to we need just to say drawable. Inside drawable we have this splash screen. Now we just save it, and let's go and run our code.
So let's it, and we are going to see that white background is being replaced with our icon, and that's the way to implement Splash. Let's go and see it. So wait, as you can see, very nice. Now, as you can see, we have managed to put our splash screen on a mobile application, and with this tool, you can see it's nice that even your image or logo you have been working with for your logo, once you get that web versions, you can have a very nice and very clear splash screen. So I advise you more to use this tool, which has come advantage for you to have a splash screen image. Okay, so we have done with launcher icon. Let's move to another thing that we're going to see before we can publish our application to Google Play Store. So number 2 is signing an application. So to publish on Play Store, you need to give your application a digital signature. It's like a means to tell that you're the one who created that application. So anyone who tamper with it, Google Play Store can really realize who does it, because it will look different from what you have been published. So you need to sign in your application. So to sign your application, you need to create a key store. If you have an existing key store, you can skip this step. If not, we are going to create ourselves by using the command. Now there is this tool called key tool for generating our key store, and this key store is the one which you're going to use whenever we want to sign our application. So let's go and see it. Let's come to her and stop. So make sure that you find the place where you can store this key store. Find the place, secure place where you can store it. For our case, we can store at let's come here and create a folder. You can store it wherever, somewhere where you won't push this to your revision control, like GitHub or GitLab. So make sure that you store it in a safe way. For our case, we're going to store it on the root of our application. So let's go and create keys. Okay, and I can see it here. Now let's go and see if you have this key tool command. We don't have it. Now let's see where we can find it. If you have Java installed or in your application, you can find it inside your program files, Java, and JDK bin. You can find this here, Q2. Okay, now let's go and generating a key store by using this tool. Okay, so you can navigate to your key store, where the key store is, and you can just say key store tool, and this it will show that this command is there. Let's go and see the command that will generate this. Now if you are using Mac or Linux, this tool is by default there if you have installed Java. So you can copy this and do, but if you are using Windows, we can use this. So it's the same.
So let's go and see what we can do it. So let's copy this and we're going to modify it. Now you can come and see where we want to store key store. Make sure that we specify that we need to store it in our key. Let's come and call up this one. So as you can see, make sure that you give a full path and then let you click enter. There's a password for our key store. So you can fill out the name of your city, LA, name of state, LA, to letter of say LA, whatever the name you want. So this is okay, yes. Now enter the password. Now the key store is generated, this one. So we managed to generate this one. Let's go and see the next method. Now that we managed to create this key store, let's move to now. Warning: keep your key store file private. Do not check it to public source. So make sure that you never publish this to your public source version control. And another way, you're going to create this file and you're going to reference these things on our. So let's go and create it. So inside the Android application, we are going to create this file called key.properties. Then we are going to reference key store password, key password for previous step, and location. So let's go and see this. Now we need to create this file key.property, and we need to give the password we use that time. And this for you it can be different, so don't copy this password. And location should be this a full path location where you have created your key. So as you can see, we have already managed to create this key.properties that contains the reference key store informations, and we are going to configure this in our Gradle file. So configure signing for application by editing this file. Let's go and do it. So we are going to do this. Now open up this file. Now let's find here on top of this and paste this code. Okay. Now it will look this file here and everything will be good. So let's go and make sure that everything is okay and we save it. Now let's move to next instruction. So we managed to add this code inside our Gradle. Let's move to next. Now let's go and adding this code also, as you can see. So on top of build type, let's go and add in this code. Okay, then save. So at this moment we have been adding these two things which are for our signing our application. So let's move to next. So the release build of our application will now be signed automatically. So after doing these two things, adding this to our build.grid, our application will be signed automatically whenever release. Now we have this enabling CloudGuard, which is an option, and by default Flutter does not obfuscate or minify our Android host. If you intend to use third-party Java, Kotlin, or Android library, you may want to reduce the size of APK or protect them code from reverse engineering. So this is an option, it's not much required for our application. I don't think if we need this, but if you want to do it, it's very straight. You just create a file and add these things, and then this configuration will protect to Flutter engine library. So addition library for this one, you have to add your own rules. So it's a bit complicated, and you need to learn much. But if you want to protect and you have very serious applications and which is more third-party library, you can come and learn this. It's straightforward, it's not that much hard. Just come and learn. So let's move to another one, reviewing the app manifest. So reviewing the default app manifest, and which located Android manifest.xml located in Android app source main, verifies the value are correct, especially application and user permission. Make sure that you have this. Now let's go and see it. Now let's you come to Android source main. There is this file called Android manifest, and what you want to come here is to see this name. If this is the name we want to application, so you can change it if you don't want this name to appear, but I find it's fine and leave it. And another one which we need is we need to make sure that is there is so I need to come to here and add this permission, and I think other things are okay. Just need to add this permission for internet. So add the Android permission. If your application could need internet access, it will need internet access. So standard template does not include this tag, but allow internet access during development to enable communication. Between Flutter and the learning tool. So you can see that at the development we did not add this, and we could still communicate with our local, because by default this standard template does not include this tag, but it allows internet access during development to enable communication between Flutter 20. But for production, make sure that you add it as we did it. Make sure that you come here and add this line. If you don't do it on your production, your code won't be able to communicate with internet. So make sure that you cross check those two things, and we also need to review our build configuration. So we need to see our configuration, if building, which is under app, and see everything is right before we can move on. Let's come here. You come to app build, and you come here and make sure that everything you see here are correct. Package name, other informations, I think you're okay. Now up to this point, we can build your application for release, and there's two possible release format when you publish your application to Play Store. We have this app bundle and APK. App bundle is a new way and is the one which preferred by our Play Store, but others are using APK. As they said, the Google Play Store prefer app bundle format, so we are going to use this one. But other store, if you want to deploy to other store, you can use APK. Now, building the app for release, building an app bundle. If you complete the same step as we have done, you just straightforward. You just navigate it to our application. We run Flutter build app bundle. This running Flutter build default to release, and you will see this output. Now let's come to our project. Okay, let's come here and let's run Flutter build app bundle. This command Flutter build app bundle, and let's see. Wait. As you can see here, it's release our bundle, so it may take some time. Now wait until this process is completed, then we can move on. Finally, you have managed to build this, and it can be found here. Build app output bundle release. This is the file that will be deployed to our Google Play Store. So the release will be created as we have seen. Now, by default, the application bundle contains your Dart code and Flutter runtime compiled for this 32-bit and 64-bit. Okay. Now, for non-Google Play Store, you can build the APK. So, although app bundle I prefer over APK, there are stores that do not support app bundle so far. So, in this case, building release APK for each target application binary interface. If you complete this same step, APK will be signed also. So it's straightforward. You just navigate to app directory and run this Flutter build APK split per ABI, and this will create two APK, one for 64-bit and another one for 32-bit. Now let's come here and do it. So come here and run Flutter. So come and run this command Flutter build APK split by ABI. Now run it. I think there must be any issue. Let's continue. So if you got this error at the moment to run this, there are some things you need to configure it, and I'll show you on our build.grid. We need to configure something here. This one. We need to configure something here. So let you come inside your here. You can put this code straightforward, and from there we can now continue our process. Okay, let me see what must be the issue here. Still Finally, I think there must be issue with these Flutter applications, but because we're focused on the app bundles, so I just remove that one and run Flutter build APK, and finally to build that APK release. So I think there must be some issues once we publish APK, but let's focus on our app bundle, and as we did last time, this one takes some time. So we're going to use the app bundle, but you may learn more if you want to do it for Nani a Google Play Store, so you can use the APK, but in the future this is to be replaced with this one. So let's move to next. Now we have managed to come up with our app bundle and the APK, so we are ready now to move to Google Play Store, and we are going to see together all the things you need to do. Let's go and check that one. So search Google Play Store and come here, play.google.play Store, and if you come here, you also want to know how we can do it. I think it's Google Play Store console. Yeah, let's see. Console. This is what you want to do. So you'll be find the list of applications here, and but to have this account you need to pay to, I think it's $25 it is $25, and it has one time. Once you pay it, you get this account and you can publish your application. Now you move to all apps, you come to create application, you give the name, title, let's say my quiz app, then you click create, then you give the description here, and the full description, let's say my quiz app. Let's take this and paste it here. You find graphic asset. Here's where you put your graphic assets. You should add a high resolution here, and if you remember, you can get it from that tool. So let's go and see. So just click here and you will find it, this one, automatically high resolution. That nice of user tools, that Android icon launcher generator is give you all want to do it. So it takes some time, and finally successful. Now we need to add some files here for phone. So let's go and see it. You can come to application and have this screenshot. Let's come here and have these images. Now I'm going to generate some images for application. Window of this tool, so called snip tool, you can search it and you can click new, and you will cut this to here, then just name this number 1. Okay, let's go to app, login. You can also come here, new, save as number 2. Click this. Number 3. Think they're enough. Also, you can come here and create number 4. Now they said at least 2 screenshots are required, maximum weight. Now at least let's come here and let you grab let's grab this one, this one, data. Okay. So just wait, it may take some time. So one thing, you make sure that these ones which are markers are all checked. Okay, now let's move here and default. You can come here. We need to find a place where we can feature graphics. So you can search its feature graphics on internet and you can add it. Let's go and see it. There is this link, feature graph generator. Just click it, and that's where you can generate very simple the one you want to do. So download, then drag it here, straightforward. Okay, nice. And application type is application, category, and we just say find the category related to your application, just to, and email, provide your email here and save. You also provide a policy where you can policy and save, or you can say not submit a policy at this moment. It's okay, and click save. Now after you have clicked save, you can see one checklist is so we need to make sure that all these things are checked, otherwise your application won't be ready for publish. Now let's move to this content rating, and you must upload APK before taking this one. So let's come to app release, and we need it to do. So it depends with your what you want. You can have production, open track, closed track. Open track, add your bundle to make your application ready for open testing, and alpha closed to make your application for closed testing, and internal for internal testing. So it depends with you. Normally I advise you to have this closed track or open track for small number of people to test your application before, but if you see your application is ready, you can just go straight to production. Now click manage here, create release. From here you need to read these things and say continue. and we are going to browse our application here where we have no less than seed. So move to where your application is and click this and open. Now it will upload our APK, so just wait. So if you are keeping getting this error, I came to realize that you needed to change this one. So you need to change it to release. Otherwise you won't get what you want. So come here and to change it to release. Release and then build it again. We have correct the issue. Now as you can see, everything is good, and we have successfully managed to. Okay, and then you can save. You need to provide a release. Amazing quiz. Then save. Okay. Now we have two checked. Let's move to content rating. So just read it, straightforward. Continue. Email address, you need to enter email address and confirm email address. Then you select app category. I think we may just utility and productive. And we need to, does Laravel contain no? Don't say yes. No. Strong offense language, no. Control substance, no. No. Does the application native allow user to interact in no. Share current physical locations, no. Allow user to purchase digital goods, no. Contain, no. Is the application a web browser search engine? Is the application is an app or whatever? No. Then save. Calculate rating. Apply rating. So it's okay. Okay, let's move to app content. Okay, new group family policy. We need to make sure that it's okay. Let us know if you are containing ads before. Okay, let's move to this. It's free. You want to make sure that it's available to some countries or your countries. And key menu pattern department menu feature. Do not promote my pages and do not promote except in development. Yes. Knowledge. Then you save. Okay. Make sure that you come here. Save. Okay. Now we remain this one. Make sure that you come and you say start. Let's start. Make sure they start. Target edge and above. Next, do your store appear to children? Could your store listing and session appear to children? No. And submit. Okay. Now, as you can see, all things are green. Now let's come to our app, and you can see this application is ready to publish. So click ready to publish and ready to publish. Okay. So to help people protect our user, will take more time to thoroughly review our application. Now we wait our application is in a review process, and once they have reviewed it, our application will be ready and shown. So till next time, here will be having your application. Next time when you search it on your Google Play Store, you find it. Now this marks the end of our tutorial, and you learned a lot of things. And make sure that when you come to a Google Play Store, these checks are checked, unless otherwise the application want to be published. So thanks you guys for being together from the start up to this end. Have a good time. I think you hope to learn a lot of things. So remember, you have to practice these things, and otherwise you won't grab anything. Okay, thank you.